Hello, I'm here. I made it. Welcome in, Alexander Karlov and Destwin. Lovely to see you. I am having all of the tech trouble today. Like I opened up OBS earlier to make sure if it had any updates that they were all done. Same with StreamerBot, and then everything else is like, this isn't connected. This isn't connected. Your oath ticket has run out. All of this stuff, and I'm like, I have fucking time for this. And I'm having a completely separate problem with FFZ, where it just doesn't want to load my settings, and anytime I try to make it do it, it's like, no. And I'm going to crash your browser now. So that's what I've just been trying to deal with. So I'm just going to deal with having tiny text that I can't read. How you all doing? Jesus Christ! The size of my subtitles on my tiny window, so it doesn't when with the little stream preview you get on your Twitch dashboard. If you make it small, it doesn't resize captions to go with the window, so they're just full size going across my whole fucking screen. So that's great. At least I know they work, right? How are we doing? Welcome in Adis as well. Oh my goodness. A special appearance from Adis, everybody. Round of applause. Lovely to see you. Glad to have you. I'm just going to refresh my stream preview. I want it to be closer to the time that I am speaking. That's better. How are we all doing? It's been a month since I streamed. It's been some time. Reading's overrated. I just look at the pictures. Well, the subtitles aren't for you then, are they? Or do you mean my text? In which case I'm like, is that what you mean? Is that what you said? It is. I just look at the pictures. I can't even look at so like FFZ also resizes emotes for me in a way that I can physically see them if my contact lenses aren't doing their job. And now they're not bigger. They're just the same, and I'm kind of annoyed about it. But I'm not gonna mess with everything because it will fucking break it all again. I want stuff to just work. That's what I want. My cat, hello Haru, is demanding. Like, she hasn't wanted to hang out with me. Resub sound, let's go. I haven't heard it in so long.
Yo Cactus sent along this message with their 93 months resub. This sub is sponsored by Smirtwater.
Smirtwater, I'm sorry to disappoint you, Yo Cactus. It is not sponsored by Trip CBD drinks again. I've located the other two flavors, so we're going to get a quick review of this. Haru has come to join me on the desk. Hang on, I'll angle it down. You still can't see her. Well done, Haru. Come here. Come here. Yeah. Look, you're sort of on camera. Hello. Do you want to turn around? Do you want to look at the camera? No, of course I don't. I'm not here for you. I'm here for me. Right. Is that camera in the right place? It looks right. Thank you for the resub, Yo Cactus. Yes, we're sort of moving away from the whole water thing. Stay hydrated, of course, folks, but there's more to life than water. So, Isaac, what are you doing? Why are you posting two things at once? Isaac, you're not meant to do that. You're not meant to do that. You're meant to even them out. Chill out. I know he's just doing his job. I shouldn't have a go at him, should I? I've been playing The Witcher 3 all afternoon. Have you been playing The Witcher 3 on the Nintendo Switch? I hear that port was actually pretty alright. Like, yeah, alright, it's not the prettiest looking game on the system, but the fact that it runs is an incredible feat. Hello, Haru. Yes, I know. She hasn't wanted my attention all day. I just want to point this out to you. I've done the washing. It's hanging up outside. That's why the lighting in here is a little weird. It's because my curtains are open because the weather's nice. And also the window is open as well. I haven't posted that I've gone live yet. Save, post. Let's do that. I've done my washing, I've done the hoovering, I've cooked and cleaned. I sat down for a bit to enjoy the sun, and she hasn't paid any mind to me whatsoever. And now that I'm on camera, she's like, address me Please pay attention to me. I wish to be noticed. Why are you like this? Why are you like this? Can you just be a nice kitty and just go to sleep? One day we'll have a moving camera and we can just do this automatically. One day. Maybe I should change that. You might have noticed the PC fund thing is gone now. I've decided to take it down because the channel is actually making just enough money that it should cover it until it's paid. So thank you to everyone who continues to support, especially when I was away for a fucking month. I didn't deserve your money then, but you're all lovely for continuing to support me while I try to figure out my fucking life. But yeah, we're getting rid of that fund, mostly because I might need it for something else that's a bit more important and a bit more short term at some point. We don't know. We'll see. Maybe it can be get me this fucking camera so I don't have to keep moving it so we can look at Haru. I could just set up a command for it and I could let you use channel points to choose to do a cat check. That'd be cool. On PS5. Oh, interesting. I previously played it on Switch for about 50 hours. That's actually a pretty decent amount of time, especially when the game's only about, like, what? If you mainline it, it's like 70 or something. They have a good sense of when you're not available. They do, and she's pretty certain, right? You're busy right now, I can tell. And also, I can tell that my headphones are unplugging themselves, which means they're not plugged in properly. 1 second, I'm gonna scoot away. Because that was going to annoy me otherwise. You can't hear the crackling and the pops, but I fucking can. Harry, please, for the love of God, get out of the front of the screen that I need to see to read. Thank you. Gonna get a snack for the stream. Yes, please, everybody. So, for anyone who is not aware, welcome in. I'm Anomalina. If you haven't been here before and you're wondering what's going on, I've been away for a month. I've had some life events happening. I was very sick and then I was very tired. And then my work hours got changed on me, which means I can no longer stream during the week at nighttime. But we'll get to that shortly. Today, we are going to be taking a look at the Nintendo Switch 2 Direct that happened on Wednesday that I missed because I was at work and was not able to stream. I have done everything in my power to stay away from outright spoilers. I have seen some thumbnails in places where I had to go and look for this video. I should have asked one of you to do that for me because Nintendo UK... when I'm looking for your live streams, I would like them to be put in a prominent place. I don't want to have to be scrolling down to find it and then discover it's no longer in your feed. And I have to go specifically to your past broadcast section to go and fucking get it. That's useless to me. I want to watch the whole thing. I don't want to watch all your little condensed trailers. Okay, Nintendo, can we do that for next time and make my life easier? Because I saw some thumbnails, so I have an idea of what might be shown today. But thankfully, I don't know everything. I haven't listened to a single podcast, which is painful to do at work. But thankfully, thanks to Logicoma lending me their login details for Dropout, I was able to just listen to Dungeons and Dragons games for ages. Instead, so I've been doing that for the last 2 days. So yes, please go get your snackies, go get your beverage of choice, a refreshment of some kind. I am going to pour mine out. So what we have today is another one of Trip's CBD infused drinks. This is another reason I need to get a new camera so that I can turn the autofocus back on so you can see that. And today, I thought I'd start us off, because I have both of the remaining flavours I haven't had. I've got elderflower mint with me today, and I've just brushed my teeth, and that's the only reason I picked this one. Otherwise, I'd be picking the other one, which is raspberry and orange blossom, which seems like it would taste a lot like one of my flavoured teas that I get. So why don't we're going to open that now. Hang on, do you want to hear it? Do you want a bit of a can opening ASMR? I don't know if that sounded any good. It's always better when Maelstrom does it because he adds the echo to it. It's amazing you managed to resist looking up in the news until now. It's really easy when you're not addicted to social media anymore, actually, Adus. It's real fucking easy because now that I'm not on like Twitter 24/7, I don't have it all just like flashed up in front of me anymore. I didn't swipe over to my Google News feed like I would normally do in the mornings to double check some news that happened overnight. Haven't been doing that. I have a specific gaming feed on my Blue Sky. So that's just not my default one. I have a normal ass, like, this is real people feed. So it's all just like stuff going on in the US, Palestinian, GoFundMe's, because it is actually happy Autism Awareness and Acceptance Month, by the way. Something that I keep forgetting is a real thing, and mostly because it has a lot of problems because of its history, but we're taking it back. We're gonna own it. So yes, thank you and welcome to all my autistic fellows in the world. This is the place to be accepted as an autistic person. Good morning, Mad Viking King. God damn, I haven't seen you in some time. How are you doing? Lovely to have you. Thank you for coming to join us. Good morning to you, I suppose. I'm not sure. I can't remember what your location is, but if you're saying good morning, I'm gonna go with America. Because it's nighttime in Japan. A tweener is a better name than X. It is. I agree. Thank you. For anyone who is looking for naming conventions, you may find my Ko-fi page where you can pay me for my services. I keep doing this as if it's going to appear here. It's not. I have a button for that. Don't forget, you can just give me money. US East Coast. That's what I thought. I'm glad to have you. I'm glad you're doing well. Back with a bowl of Pom Bears. Oh, I haven't had Pom Bears in ages. Should I show you? I have like snobby crisps. 1 second. I'm going to show you the shit that I get. Because I'm like constantly trying to not put on weight. Like, I'm not actively trying to lose it. I just don't want to put any more on, right? So I make changes wherever I can. And so my crisps are now no longer allowed to go above 78 calories, essentially. Like, nothing beyond the 85 are the absolute max. But yeah, so I get proper chips because I love popped what is it? It's not popped corn, is it? Or is it proper corn? Oh, it is corn! Popped corn! But it's not popcorn, except these. These are popped corn. So everything I have is popped instead of fried, basically. They're fucking delicious. I love them, but they're so expensive. Your hair looks pretty. Aw, Barrels! Thank you. I got my hair done last week, and it does feel nice for it to not be touching me all the fucking time. I was meant to actually curl my hair before I started today, but because everything was busted, I ran out of time. So you get normal hair today. I'm very sorry. But thank you. It's very nice. They have a new flavor, barbecue. Very tasty. Ooh, interesting. Interesting. I mean, these also come in barbecue. I fucking love them. I'm not having snacks right now, though. I'm trying not to snack. I'm trying to eat through the last of my sweet foods. I'm not allowed to buy any more because I am gonna start trying to lose weight because I put on a lot over this winter. You can't see it because I'm wearing a massive jumper. That's how I get around it. Camera puts on the pounds and I just hide it away in the biggest fucking jumper I can find in the house. Also, this is like, we have a sweet period of like 2 weeks where the sun and the wind coalesce into this perfect temperature where I am comfortable that I can wear this jumper specifically, and then it disappears for the rest of the year and I can't wear it again. So I finally get to wear my favorite jumper, which I only get to wear for like the space of 2 weeks, which is usually twice in the space of 2 weeks. So right, anyway, back to the drink. CBD infused trip What was it again? Elderflower and mint. Right. So our last ones were, we had lemon and basil, and the lemon was nice, and the basil was a baffling aftertaste that I couldn't get around, but it was fine. It was just a little sharp and weird. And the one before that was ginger peach, which didn't taste of peach at all. So it was just ginger as a sharp drink. And I'm like, not quite where I'm after. So I'm hoping elderflower and mint, two things that I actually quite enjoy and are very refreshing, I'm hoping will be quite nice. Let's find out. No, it's like drinking toothpaste. Guys. It's genuinely just like toothpaste. I don't know how to tell this to you. That's... It's too much like toothpaste at the end of it. It's all these aftertastes they keep putting in it. The basil was really weird, because that's just like, that's a pizza topping. It shouldn't be in a drink. And now it's the mint on top of elderflower. And I feel like either of those flavors is enough to cover. I can tell what it is they're trying to cover. They're trying to get rid of the taste of CBD, which is very hempy and it's very hard to cover up for. And you can still taste it in this. But they're doing a real bad job at it because they're making drinks that are just like weird flavors. I'm still going to drink it though. I think with some ice, maybe if I added, I wonder. I think I have some real elderflower mint in my kitchen. I wonder if I could compare. The only difference is, like, if I put it in a normal drink, it won't be sparkling, so it won't be the same that way. And it won't be cold because it's on my counter. No, I'm gonna leave it. So yeah, that's my... It's like drinking toothpaste, but it's a normal, refreshing drink color. It's very strange. I don't know how else to explain that. We literally, is Lavender Town playing right now? Is that our music? We're playing Lavender Town. That's not the music I wanted to go into the Nintendo thing. Skip. Viridian Forest. But that's better. That makes a lot more sense. It's just as creepy, but for a different reason. Right, as you can see, I haven't been able to talk about a lot of stuff for the last couple of weeks, so I'm probably gonna not stop talking even while we're watching this stuff. I haven't even brought up the video for us to watch, so let me do that. How is everybody else's Saturday going this far, though? Are you thus far, though? Are you having a good time? Are you all right? Are you enjoying yourselves? Are you relaxed? Do you have plans? Tell me everything in the space of 10 seconds while I sort this out. Oh, we already got some footage of somebody fighting a Mizutsune in Monster Hunter Wilds on my feed. So I guess, shit, is that happening this weekend? Is Mizutsune this weekend? Have I missed? Oh my god. I need to go back and play Monster Hunter. I can't cancel. I'm playing. No. I'm not going to do that. Mostly because I can't stream Monster Hunter and do anything else at the same time. What was I doing? I was looking at watch later. I go back to work in 9 days. Oh, that's a bummer. I don't want people to have to go to work unless you actually are looking forward to go back to work, in which case, yay. You're almost all better. Which would be a nice thing to not have to think about. It's like, yeah, your character is recovering and go back into society, into the drudgery of the workforce. Oh, heads up. I have plenty to whine about when it comes to work, but I'm not doing it today, okay? I'm going to save it for tomorrow, okay? So anyone who wants updates on that, come back tomorrow at 3 p.m. when we're going to be playing Dragon Quest. I'm just working on my PhD thesis this weekend. Oh my god. Why is it? What's your thesis on? I actually don't know. I haven't been keeping up on your work. I am indifferent. I'm not overly bothered. Okay. That's something. I feel like indifferent is better than, oh god. At the very least. So that's a positivity I can look at. Right, let's bring this video up. And no doubt it has, what, 25 minutes of nothing happening. Sure enough, 29. I was almost right. No, don't you dare play. Thesis is about the extent to which Lily needs treats. I see. This is important information that we all require. Right, should we head over? Should we get started? That's what she's trying to turn it into. Ah, I get you. Oh, is she doing the thing where you have a bunch of papers on the desk and she's like, I must sit directly on the paper? Because I had that the other night. I was looking at, I got given like a list of stuff from my mental health care nurse. Mental health care nurse. She sent me a bunch of like documents and stuff and links and things. And I was just reading through them before bed to see if there was anything that I could get as an app on my phone, maybe as something to add to my repertoire of shit that I need to be a human being. And I put them down when I was done reading them on my bedside table. And Harry was like, I don't want to sit with you anymore. I'm going to go and sit on this paper. And I'm like, okay. Because I'm going to sleep anyway, so I don't care. Mental hair careness. Yeah, I think we all need this. I think this is an important thing. We should all petition for it. Sits on top of his closed laptop so he can't work. Sometimes yeah. Haru thankfully was never able to do that with my laptop because it was never closed, but she would sit on the keyboard quite frequently. She's doing the modern thing, which is walking all over the keyboard. Absolutely. I understand. Thankfully, Haru is now settled down. She's gonna have a nappy nap. She knows I'm talking about her though, because you can see her ears are all perked up. Hello, go to sleep. Leave me alone. Leave me some peace. Is the camera in the right place? It's so hard. I try to gauge it by the gap between here and where's my finger? There. I like there to be a little bit between Cubone and the Twitch plushie. She also likes to add her own code to his programming. Yeah, this is why I don't code, so Haru can't do that. Because I go mental if I just miss something. Right then, folks, are we ready to get and watch this Nintendo Direct? I hear it's about an hour long. It looks about an hour long. So we're gonna be getting stuck into some shit. We've got plenty to watch. Oh, we've got 2 minutes until adverts. I should have turned those off for today, shouldn't I? I should have made it so like, you know, fuck you get them if you arrive. What do I do? I'm gonna press the adverts now button. So anyone who is not subscribed, I'm sorry, you're about to get hit with a bunch of ads. It is 1 hour. So excited to see what you think. Well, let's find out. Right, ads are rolling. So we have 1 minute 15 to talk about shit. Before I get started. So yeah, so we're going to be watching this. Obviously, you'll get my reactions. Depending on what we get told and shown, there is a chance that I will be pausing during some sections. But for the most part, I'm going to be trying to just watch it as a sort of like, this is a trailer for an exciting thing, like a movie or something. And then we're going to spend some time afterwards talking about our thoughts, opinions, impressions, likes, dislikes, and maybe even some projections, some predictions for what's coming up in the future. Now, my podcasts, I have a lot of them. I got added, but hello, Lena. You're great. I'm sorry, Winterheart. I'm sorry you're behind ads. Don't forget, everybody, you don't have to see ads if you subscribe to the channel or if you get an ad blocker. If you just get an ad blocker, y'all, I can tell you which ad blockers to get because I don't get them on Twitch whatsoever, and I barely ever subscribe to people these days. I just send them money when I feel like it. Well, you've been watching the Treehouse vids as well. No, because they're like several hundred hours long, right? They're going to be, unless they're short and like trailerable, I highly doubt it. And also they're like talking videos, right? They're like, it's a lot of people chatting. And I don't know if the treehouse stuff, unless anyone has a recommendation after we finish this, if there's one that you reckon I should go and watch, then maybe I will watch a couple of those. But otherwise, the plan isn't to include any treehouse stuff. But like I said, if you have after we've revealed everything, then potentially I could go and look some up if they seem cool or up my street. Right, now we're out of ads. Let's get fucking going. Turn this music off. That was meant to pause. No, wait, it wasn't, because I haven't brought you over here. And I almost forgot to put that on as well. Ah! So, is that in the right place? It is. I have a recommendation for after. Okay, in that case, then yes, we probably will watch some. Unless it's boring, and then I'll skip it. No. So yeah, let's fucking go. It's Nintendo time. Oh my god, it's loud. Oh my god, it's so loud. Nice little animation. I bet this took ages to fucking render. Still tastes like toothpaste. It's real weird. Where's my mouse? I can never get the audio in these correct. All right, so we got Mario Kart. Wait. I just thought of something. Oh, you guys can't see it above that though. I'm trying to think of what quality setting to put it at. I'm going to put it at 1440 so I get a decent quality my end. I'm sorry, you get lumbered with 1080p. That's not on me. That's Twitch's fault. And my ISP. Let's go. Hyped even though you've seen it. Okay, well already this looks way better than the current Switch. That's real clean. In fact, pause thought, just quick pause thought. The fact that it lets me select 4K, potentially... No, I've just... What are you doing? I did not press escape. Well, now you can see it. I was going to move my camera, but it lets me select 4K. So maybe that answers one of my questions that I'll be wondering about the system going forward. I like how open these roads are. It's just going to be a lot better because there's like double the players this time, right? It's like, what was it, 2024? Whoa, wait, what? We're gonna get some grinding in? It's fucking Tony Hawk, yo. Oh, okay. Look at her outfit. Oh no. Oh no, they have outfits, y'all. Oh no. Okay. It has costumes. It has costumes. Hello. Konnichiwa.
任天堂ダイレクトの案内役を務めます任天堂の川本です。任天堂スイッチ2のプロデューサーを担当しています。
城田です。任天堂スイッチ2の
This video is so clean. It's crazy.
任天堂スイッチ2の本体設計を担当しています。
最初にご覧いただいたのは任天堂スイッチ2の専用ソフトマリオ
One of these people is not like the
新しいマリ
others.
オカートはどんな風になっているんでしょう。
Oh, that's what I needed. That's the voice. Time to lock in. Let's go.
Welcome to this vast world.
Do we have
Kart races are
subtitles?
held throughout various regions that span
Ugh. Nintendo needs to work on their closed
Depending on
captions
the time of
teams.
day and
There's no
weather
excuse
conditions,
for it.
The atmosphere will change.
So, okay, so we get changing weather.
And in this Mario Kart game, You can go off the racetrack and drive virtually everywhere.
Doesn't
in this
Mario
world.
look big in this?
In the
Here are
classic
some of my
Grand Prix,
predictions. I
race with
definitely
four
haven't
horses
seen
in
the
a bid for
direct
first
yet.
place. But don't sleep at the wheel. You'll also drive to the next course as part of the competition.
These cars look great.
With 24 drivers in each race, the most in series history, the competition is gearing up.
Yeah. I'm going to put on the subtitles
Introducing
anyway.
Knockout Tour. Race non-stop from one corner of the world to another.
What the fuck?
There are multiple checkpoints along the way. If
Oh,
you're
and now
below
it's
the
just
place
in
they show when you
Japanese.
hit a
What's
checkpoint,
happening?
You'll be eliminated. Can you make it all the way to the finish line? You can also freely drive around this vast world in free roam.
Oh! So it is like
Going
Burnout
off-road, you can
Paradise.
explore new areas and routes.
Because this is what some people were thinking. Like, there's a lot of open space.
You can also go for scenic drives with
Oh,
friends
shit.
and even take photos together at different locations.
Oh, this is really cool. Look how cool Waluigi
Brand
looks.
new race across the entire world starts here.
Oh, this is really pretty.
Mario Kart World.
World!
The game launches on the same day as Nintendo Switch 2.
Launch title,
More
let's
details about
go!
this title will be shared in an upcoming Mario Kart World Direct. So be on the lookout for more information in the future.
I'm so glad that they put like knee pads on Peach's outfit. It's like she's still got to be safe.
同日に発売します。さらに詳しい内容は後日改めてご紹介しますのでお楽しみに。
Well, thank you.
続いては任天堂スイッチ2で新しくできることをご紹介していきます。
Love this
これは
music.
スイッチ2のジョイコンでジョイコン2と呼んでいます。
Joy-Con 2.
右のジョイコン2には新たに
The C
ボタンを
button.
追加しました。
Yeah.
この C ボタンで
Secrets.
皆さんを新しい体験へお連れしましょう。
Please bring Street Pass back. Give me Street Pass. Give me that's Street Pass. Just Street Pass. More Street Pass. Oh, they've changed the pad on the back.
I'm still ahead of all of you guys. That was me.
Oh, it's got like a microphone. Okay. C for cactus.
Nix, I'm coming for you. Come on, no.
Introducing Game Chat.
Game
a new
Chat.
feature for Nintendo Switch 2.
Hey, what's up?
Thanks, I hate it.
Hi.
It's the worst way to enjoy it.
Feature, you'll be able to communicate with friends and family while playing a game.
I kind of like this.
All right, go.
Like, it's the worst way to experience voice chat, but
While using the Game Chat feature, your voice is recognized by a microphone built into the console.
Oh, okay. But you're
okay. But I'm over here. And my Switch is down here, like 5 feet away. Now you can have your Zoom meetings on Nintendo Switch. Do you know what? Security and the audio quality is probably still going to be better.
still behind me, right?
This is terrible. This is terrible. I'm sorry. This is terrible because I don't know about any of you. Like, I don't know if any of you have experienced the fighting game community back when voice chat was still a fairly new concept. But voice chat on the PlayStation 3 through the control pad and on the PS4 by extension, when you're playing anything, is the worst thing because there's always some dude that's got a fan on right next to his face, apparently, like, and then a child in one arm and a wife that's angry behind him, and then there's the washing machine in the kitchen, and your control pad can hear all of that. And it doesn't do any attempt at noise cancellation whatsoever. So the fact that this is going to happen in primarily child's hands, this is a terrible idea.
Alright, let's keep going. Okay.
It can pick up your speaking voice clearly, even from a distance.
I don't believe you. I'm gonna look at the IGN review for that.
Let's
Thanks.
make a left right here. Let's make a left.
When it's noisy around
Don't
you,
lie to
your
me.
voice will
I don't
still come
believe
through
it.
clearly,
I don't
letting
believe
you
it.
chat with ease.
How did you get hit by a bow?
Or yeah, the fan could be coming from your PC. You're right.
And you can use this feature in handheld mode too, letting you easily chat with friends and family. If you open the chat menu, and
Screen
turn on
share.
game screen sharing,
So they're copying Discord.
you can also share your game screen.
Did you see someone just like go?
Because this is what I love doing on Discord.
I can do it.
You guys, I just did it.
Oh, I want to do it too.
Oh shoot!
Oh shoot!
Okay, I got it.
2 frames per second. Let's fucking go. Yeah, it is real bad, to be fair.
You can chat to your heart's content, even while playing different games.
Yes! This is my dream world.
Oh wow!
Y'all, you don't understand. I don't like playing games with people, but I fucking love playing a video game whilst everyone else is playing something different and still chatting with them. This is my dream. I would have loved this as a kid. This might have made me make more friends as a kid, being able to just play the game I want to play while y'all play something else.
Right here. I'm falling. Okay, we got it. We're safe.
Kirby, look, you're on a star. That's so cute. So cute.
480p, 15 FPS. I mean, sometimes that's better than what Discord's doing.
Guys, I'm lost. Like,
Where'd you go?
I like
Or
this. This is
expand
cute.
another friend's game screen.
Yeah, see, that's what I tend to do. It looks so bad though. Yeah, Barrels, I appreciate that they're not trying to make out like it's a good experience. They're like, this is what it's gonna look like.
So everyone
And
can
that's-
watch them play.
So that's something that Nintendo has going for itself. It will not lie about its products. So say like you go to look up a trailer for a Nintendo Switch version of a game. It is the Nintendo Switch version as long as you're getting it from the Nintendo channel. Say for instance, I'm going to always use this as my personal reference. None of you know anything about these games, but Room Factory. So Room Factory 5 ran like absolute fucking garbage on the Switch. It ran at maybe 12 frames a second. It had really long loading screens, and it would have problems spawning things in front of you. And you saw that version all the time whenever it was on Nintendo's actual channel. But if you get it from elsewhere, they'll show you the PC version running at a full 60 frames a second with no loading issues and blah, blah, blah. So I also appreciate that they're sticking to that rule that it's like, no, this is what this console is capable of.
I know where you are. I think I know where you are. Wait.
To be fair, streaming 4 videos at the same time would consume too much bandwidth. So that depends on your ISP and what your capabilities are. Because not a lot of it is to do with the system. The system still has to do the rendering, right? But a lot of it is still handled by your internet connection. And I'm sorry, my PC can run like 12 streams at a time on Discord, and it's kind of fine at 720.
let's take a picture here.
Okay, are you ready?
Smile.
Oh, yo, that's sick.
I like your pose, Meeks.
On the right Joy-Con 2 controller, there's an additional button.
Yeah, what is
With the
it?
C button, you can pull up a chat menu.
Okay.
Oh, dang.
Oh, really cool. Wait, actually, guys, I got a call coming right now. So,
I really want his
I'll
hoodie.
be
He
right
has a
back, yeah?
comfortable yellow hoodie, and I want a comfortable yellow hoodie. My yellow hoodie's
You
busted.
can quickly and easily mute yourself and more.
Great.
And there's this. You
Oh,
can also connect this camera to the console.
why?
Hey.
Oh no.
Hey, what's up? Hello.
Oh, this is great. This is.
You can appear on screen.
I love this
and
as
video
all
chat while playing
kids
the game.
beginner stuff. I love the idea that people are going to be coming onto the Nintendo Switch 2 and being like, this is how you start streaming. I have a camera, and it's going to work on everything. Our internet kind of sucks. Yeah, but you live in
Please
London,
look
and
forward
London's
to
internet
games
has always
which use your
sucked.
camera feed like this.
Or at least I assume you live in London. iToy in 2025. Basically, yeah, it was a USB camera that
Game
worked.
chat. Even
The
when
UK's
you're
internet
apart,
always
you
sucks.
can play
Mine's
games and
okay.
hang out as if you
Welcome
were
in, Panda
together
Sparking,
in the
by the
same
way.
room.
Hope you're doing well.
Play
Thank you for joining
together
us.
Or compete compete in online multiplayer games.
Splatoon, let's go!
Chat while playing your personal favorites.
Time to double down on 15-year-old tech. I still think this is all really cool stuff. Like, yeah, I'm taking the piss out of it because I'm like, I've been doing this for years. But I really like the accessibility that this is going to create for people to start like doing stuff like this. Like, you gotta remember, this is all adults in the thing, but it's like there's kids that are going to be using this shit as well. Like, this could be how someone starts off their first YouTube channel or Twitch channel, and I love that. I think this is great.
先ほどの映像に出ていたカメラは Nintendo Switch 2カメラといって
It's so un-Nintendo looking.
発売します。ゲームチャットをご利用いただくには Nintendo Switch
Okay, so you have to have Nintendo Switch Online to use it. That's fine.
少しでも多くの方に体験してもらいたいということから無料でご利用いただける期間をご用意しました。ぜひ遊んで
Until
み
the
てください。
31st of Okay, 31st of March 2026. Okay, so for a year. Parental guidance, okay, yeah, that's good. I like that. It does look like the Pixar lamp. I was trying to place it, it's just the modern Pixar lamp.
Nintendo Switch ではソフトが1本しかなくてもジョイコンをお裾分けして遊ぶことができますが、
Yeah.
Nintendo Switch 2ではさらにソフトがない他の本体ともすぐに一緒に遊べるお裾分け通信ができるようになります。
Oh, I like that.
スイッチ2はもちろんスイッチでも受け取ることができ、最大4台で
Oh, that's real cool.
相手に自分の画面を見られたくないゲームでも1本のソフトで一緒に遊べます。
DS Tech, let's go. Right? Because that was one of the really fucking cool things about the DS that it could do.
すぐにお裾分け通信ができます。お裾分け通信ができるのは対応ソフトのみになります。
Yo, I'm just gonna ruin your life if we you can't see it because my fucking face is in the way. Stupid camera, move. If you want to do game share on Big Brain Academy versus me, I'm gonna give you the worst day of your life because I'm so competitive in that game. You wouldn't believe. It's real childish. Anyway.
スイッチソフトの世界の遊び大全51をはじめいくつか予定しており、無料アップデートで
51 worldwide games, which, you know, this is actually one of the games that I would want to do this with. I like the idea of like being able to take my Switch to work, and if someone else at work wants to bring their Switch and we just want to play fucking checkers during our lunch break, I think that's a great idea.
もちろんスイッチ2の専用ソフトでの対応も予定していますのでお楽しみに。
続いては任天堂 Switch 2の本体をご紹介します。映像をご用意しましたのでご覧ください。
Okay. Bigger screen, same thickness.
At 7.9 inches, Switch 2 has a bigger
Are you gonna get?
screen.
Are they about to do specs? Are they run us through specs?
Thickness remains the same.
Oh, that's actually really good. How high def are we talking?
With approximately double the pixels compared to Switch.
So it's
you can
1080p.
enjoy games with greater detail on the 1080p screen.
Yeah, okay, that's fine for the little screen. 1080, that's pretty good. Bezel's still too wide. Don't at me.
The screen supports up to 100.
My monitor doesn't support this. That's crazy.
20 frames per second, allowing for smoother gameplay in supported titles.
That's real good. Okay, nice way of explaining it as well.
The LCD screen is more vivid and supports.
I know that LCD is getting better. I know that LCD has come a long way and it looks real nice, but OLED is right there. It's right there, and it doesn't cost that much. I know Nintendo likes to save literal pennies for pennies, but OLED was right there. All right, so I'm going to be waiting 2 years to get an OLED model. All right.
providing more contrast between light and dark areas of the images.
And this is one of those funny images. This is like, this is only relevant if you have a HDR screen, and which, by the way, I do have a HDR screen, but I do not have HDR switched on Windows because it's fucking shit on Windows. So this is irrelevant image. That we knew.
All new Joy-Con 2 controllers connect magnetically.
So they won't
Strong
slide
magnets
off.
Keep the controllers firmly attached to the console. Detach your controller easily.
How
by
much are we
pressing the
gonna
release
test
button on the
this?
back.
What's the first channel that's gonna be like tearing that fucker apart?
The SL and SR buttons are
If I recall correctly, VRR isn't 100% on OLED tech. That's
held horizontally.
true, but also, who cares? If it's going up to 120, you can just lock it.
Are now larger.
Compared to the
Each
OLED
Joy-Con
Switch,
2
it doesn't look too
controller
bad,
can
like
be
almost
used as a
comparable.
mouse to play in compatible games. Both the left and right Joy-Con 2 support
Jerry
mouse
rig
control.
everything, yeah.
By adjusting the audio balance between the ranges, sounds from the built-in speakers are clearer and more natural in
Do you know what? I
handheld
wasn't
and
expecting
tabletop
this
modes.
them to give us so many specs, to be fair.
It has a built-in microphone, so you can voice chat with friends anytime via game chat.
I can't wait for the videos to show how bad that is.
Noise-canceling technology to filter sounds, so your voice will come through clearly.
I'm gonna put it to the test. You're gonna be able to hear my fucking kitchen.
Even if you don't have a surround sound system, games can be enjoyed with more immersive, three-dimensional sound, as if it were coming from all around you.
Only available in supported games after a system update. I always appreciate that. I use my headphones when I play my Switch anyway. Built-in mics, and Nintendo can charge me every time I
Place your
say
Nintendo
Mario.
Switch 2
Basically,
however
because you
like
have to
with a
pay for it.
large, sturdy
So
stand.
yeah.
You can move it freely, like this.
I'm not gonna get out my Nintendo Switch to put it on its back
USB-C port
panel
on
again.
the bottom of the console. There's one on top as well. It's handy for connecting a USB-C camera.
That's what it's for. Okay, yeah. So much debate has gone around a bit like, what are they going to use that top one for? Nintendo don't needlessly put tech in there that doesn't need to, just because it will make a person's life easier. But now we know it's for their stupid camera.
Or charging in tabletop mode.
So they understand that it was a valid complaint that you can't charge while you play in tabletop.
Nintendo Switch 2 comes with 256 gigabytes of internal
Whoa,
storage.
okay.
8 times that of Nintendo Switch. For storing your game downloads,
That's quite
save
a
data,
lot.
and more.
Okay, well, this is going to be above $400.
Reading and writing data is also faster. Use the Nintendo Switch 2 dock to connect to your TV and enable up to 4K resolution for compatible games.
Crazy.
HDR is also supported in TV mode.
This is so nice. Oh no, wait, go back. Yo. Themes. Themes is white again. I don't think we're getting themes again. 4K though, this is great. So happy about that.
The Nintendo Switch 2 dock has a built-in fan that keeps your console cool. This helps keep performance stable.
That's good. It did need that.
On Nintendo Switch 2, you can play Nintendo Switch 2 games, as well as compatible Nintendo Switch games.
Okay. Still think the bezel is too wide. Okay.
ご覧いただいた通り、任天堂スイッチ2は単に任天堂スイッチをバージョンアップしたものではなく、本体設計を一から行い、新たな遊びの機能を盛り込みました。
Yeah, it very much does seem like a part 2, you know, a version 2.
川本さん。
はーい。
はい。
私がいるここはまさにそのゲームのフィールドなんですが、その タイトルは Nintendo Switch 2の
Welcome
秘密展
tour.
というスイッチ2の専用ゲームです。私はここにいたんですね。
Literally an improved
Yeah,
Nintendo Switch, yeah, which is what I thought it was going to be. But it's very clear
ハ
now.
テナがいっぱい並んでいます。ちょっと
Oh, so they're doing
覗い
like
て
a
みましょう
little tutorial zone?
磁石はどこにという話題ですが、本体とジョイコン2は磁石によってくっつくんですよね。で、その磁石、実は本体にだけ入っているんです。一方、ジョイコン2は SL、SR ボタンの素材が別で
Hmm.
できていて、くっつくというわけなんです。
Oh,
さらにこの
okay.
2つの間に強い磁気回路ができる
Oh,
ので、
that's
本体とジ
neat.
ョイコン2は簡単には取れません。こんな感じでいろんな秘密を知っていただくことができるんです。
Okay.
他にもジョイコン2にはマウス機能がありますが、
Yeah,
ジャイロセンサーと組み合
I
わ
love that they take it up until this moment, fucking 48, well, 28 minutes in. It's it's like, oh, by the way, it's a mouse. Like, they finally just said it. And they said it so casually as well, which I really enjoy. They're just like, oh, yeah, and by the way, this is a mouse.
せることでこんなことができちゃいます。ゴルフクラブの向きをジョイコン2で調整してカップを目指し
All
ます。
right, who's going to be speedrunning the
マウス機能
speed
と
golf
ジャイロセンサーの組み合
tutorial?
わせでできる遊びです。
Answers
秘密展で
me.
はミニゲームやデモを楽しみながら
There are
体感
secrets
する
to
こともできるんです。
discover.
秘密の種類は
I love me a
スイッ
tech
チ2ならでは
demo.
の
I'm
特徴
into
から
this.
言われないと気づかないような細かな技術までたくさんあります。任天堂スイッチ2と同日にダウンロードソフトとして発売し
Paid
ます。
digital
興味のある
download.
方はぜひ
So
遊
it
んでみ
doesn't
てくだ
just
さい。
come in the box. That's
続いて
bullshit.
Nintendo Switch 2の周辺情報についてお伝えします。
Pay for our tech demos. No, fuck
これが
off.
Nintendo Switch 2の専用ソフトのゲームカードです。
Okay, so it's a red card.
形状はスイッチ版と同
I
じです
gotcha.
が、色が赤くなり、読み込み速度がぐんと向上しています。
Buy a ticket to the
続
Switch
いて
2 tour,
メモリーカー
yeah.
ドですがスイッチ2に対応するのはマイクロ SD エクスプレスカードになります。マイクロ SD エクスプレスは SD カードの新しい規格で高速なデータ通信が可能となります。
As if this isn't the norm today. Like, anyone not using micro SD is fucking weird. Micro
これ
SD
まで
Express,
スイッチでお
sorry.
使いになっていたマイクロ SD カードは使えませんのでご注意ください。またスイッチからスイッチ2へのデータ移行は任天堂アカウントでログインしていた
I
だ
mean,
く
you're
こ
not
と
going
で
to need one for a
セー
little
ブ
while
データ
though.
やゲームソフトなどが転
That's
送で
nice
き
being
る
able to
丸ごと
transfer.
転送機能が使えます。そして新しいプロコントローラーが
Oh
登場
fuck!
します。
Don't release a new one. Why are the
Game
buttons so
chat
big?
を起動する
Why are the
C ボタン。
why are the buttons so big? Why is it so? Hang on. It looks freakishly large. I haven't used my Switch in forever. My control pad is so dusty. Alright, it's got some smush in it, but the buttons aren't that big, right? Why are they so big? I hope it doesn't look like that IRL. It's
背面には好きなボ
overcompensating.
タンを割り当てられる GLGR
Aging
ボタンが
gamer
増えました
population. Shut the fuck up.
さらにヘッドホン
Wait,
マイク端子も
whoa,
追加してい
wait,
ます
Hang on, hang on.
そして新しいプロコント
Alright,
ローラ
I'm
ーが登
complaining
場
about
し
the
ま
big
す
mushy ass looking
ゲームチ
buttons.
ャットを起動する C ボタンと背面には好きなボタン
It has back paddles. It has back paddles. You usually have to pay Microsoft, like fucking 200 quid to be able to have back paddles, and Nintendo's just like, here, have them. Which, by the way, is a great option for accessibility.
ボタンを割り当て
So
ら
see
れ
if you
る
can program it
GLGR ボタン
how
が
you
増
want
え
to
まし
use
た
it. Yeah, which you can assign to assisting, but okay, that's
さ
fine.
らにヘッドホンマイク端子も追
It's
加
very
しています
Blame Scuff. I'm not going to blame Scuff. Literally anyone has the option to do it. And they just choose to make it a fucking $200+ option when it doesn't need to be. It's
終了
ridiculous.
後に公式ホームページを公開します。また私たち3人が Nintendo Switch 2の開発についてお話しする開発者に聞きました
Okay,
を
well,
公
I'm
開します
definitely going to be
ので
checking that
合わ
out.
せてご覧いただければと思います。
They have the rights to back paddles? They don't, though.
Nintendo Switch 2の
They have the
発売
rights
日
to
を
a
お伝えし
specific
ます。
type of back paddle.
Nintendo Switch 2の発売日は6
Oh, they
月
sued
5日で
Valve
す。
for it? Oh, I didn't realize
皆
that.
さんで遊んでもらえる日が来ることを
The idea that you can own the rights to a button being on the back of something is fucking stupid and shows that like copyright law is dumb and exploitable.
私たちも心待ちにしています。もうしばらくお待ちください。
Because I don't know about you, but I'd be all like, I'll just call it something different. You know? I don't know. We've been using them in cars.
Nintendo
They're
Switch
not
2で遊べる
paying
ソ
scuff.
フトには大きく3つの種類があります。まずは Nintendo Switch 2の専用ソフトです。
Okay.
Switch 2の性能や特徴を生かしたゲームをプレイいただけます。
Right.
2つ目は Nintendo Switch で発売したソフトです。
Okay.
3つ目は Nintendo Switch 2エディションです。スイッチで発売したいくつかのタイトルにおいてグラフィックを向上させたり、
Right.
スイッチ2ならではの遊びを追加して新たにお届けします。ではここでスーパーマリオパーティージャンボリーの Nintendo Switch 2エディションをご紹介します。こちらをご覧く
Okay,
ださい。
so some games are going to get updated with a Nintendo Switch 2 boost, but most probably won't. So Switch 2 edition games, yeah. So that's what I'm interested in. So now we have that answer, which is like it's not going to be all of them. Nothing's going to get an automatic boost, I guess. It's just
Super
gonna be
Mario Party Jamboree is getting an
built in?
upgrade on Nintendo Switch 2. The upgrade expands on the base game and adds new features,
Like,
including mouse controls,
okay. So new mini games.
audio recognition,
Okay.
more expressive rumble, and gameplay that uses a camera accessory. All of which can be accessed on Switch 2.
Oh, that's kind of cute though.
Let's check out 3 new and updated modes. First up is Mario Party mode. With a single camera, up to 4 players can join the festivities. You'll be able to see each other's faces as you play, so you
kinda
can
like this.
experience all the reactions and emotions.
I
in real
kind of
time.
like this.
Or
This is a
4
great
friends
use
can
of the
take a party
camera.
Online.
The amount of people that are just going to be pointing it at the cats.
Next, it's Bowser Live, a mode where the livelier team wins. Bowser will bring you on stage to hit blocks to collect the most coins, guide an RC car with your voice, and compete in
I
other
love
games
this.
using full body movement and sound.
I love
Finally,
this.
take a ride
This is
on
great.
the mouse-controlled carnival coaster. With the safety bar lowered and secured, you're off.
Hello, Sarah. Lovely to have you.
Use mouse controls to shoot down
Thanks for
enemies
joining
while
us.
You feel the bumps and rumbles of the coaster.
I think this is
When
great.
you enter a pipe,
I think this is
a minigame
great.
will begin.
I love this.
There's a bouldering game where 2 players each control an arm. And one where
Oh.
you shake a can of spray paint and quickly tag objects.
Okay.
Enjoy the thrill of these intuitive minigames. How quickly can you reach the station? From minigames that use a camera, the built-in microphone, mouse controls, and Rumble, the biggest party yet. is
See, and
getting
I
even
saw so many
bigger.
people online
Super
beforehand
Mario
being
Party
like,
Jamboree,
what are you going to be using a
Nintendo Switch
mouse
2
for?
edition,
Like, it
plus
can't be that
Jamboree
good. And I'm
TV
like,
launches on
actually,
Nintendo
yes,
Switch
you can
2
use it
July
really well.
24th.
Thank you for the
Nintendo
resub,
Switch 2
Sarah.
players who already own
Sarah
Super Mario
LCB
Party
sent along
Jamboree
this
can
message with their
upgrade to
11 months
Nintendo Switch 2
resub, a normal
edition plus
33
Jamboree
party.
TV by purchasing an upgrade pack.
Thanks. I appreciate it. Thank you for resubscribing.
表情を見ながらプレイできる新たなマリオパーティーをお楽しみに。この他の
I can see me getting hold of all of this dumb shit just to play games with all of you. But yeah, I remember seeing. Oh, let's fucking go! Hell yeah! 60 frames a second, please!
Yes!
HDR にも対応するなど より高精細で滑らかなグラフィックでプレイいただける
Who
ようになり
wants
ま
a
す。
replay of Breath of the Wild on this channel? It's been 7, 8 years? 7 years?
使えるようになります。ゼルダノーツ
That's how old the channel is, kind of.
任天堂スイッチアップ
Future stream game
ご利用
sorted.
いただける
Let's go.
任天堂スイッチ2エディション専用のコンテンツです。例えばまだ訪れたことがない祠などいろんな場所に案内してくれたり
And this is what I'm most excited for. I love that. It's like we get all this new shit, but what I really want is Breath of the Wild to run good. And I never played Tears of the Kingdom.
作ったものを QR コードでシェアして
So, future channel plans? Zelda year, maybe? Because that's how long it's going to take to play both of those fucking games back to back. So after
冒険がより楽しくな
Final
る
Fantasy
機能がご
X,
利用いただけます。
But we'll see if we can get Breath of the Wild to crash again in that one place that it happened on stream.
スイッチ2エディション
The
のみ
only
で楽し
crash
め
I
る
ever got.
追加ストーリーが登場します。
I never played it. Did I buy it? I can't remember if I bought Tears of the Kingdom. I don't think I did.
不思議な流星の力で変化する新世界。
Because I went to replay Breath of the Wild when it came out. And I was like, do you know what? I've still kind of had my fill, even though it's been 6 years.
ぜひご期待ください。
I never got to play Forgotten Land either.
そしてメトロイドプライム4
Here we go, barrels!
スイッチ版に加えスイッチ2エディションも発売します。通常操作の他に
And you can use mouse controls like I fucking said we would! Hell yeah!
さらに 4K60fps で没入感のある世界を探索するか
4K60?
120fps の
4K60?
HDR に対応し
For
た2つのモ
Metroid?
ードを好みや
Let's
環境に合
go!
わせてお選びいただけます。
Hell yeah!
またこの秋
I'm
の
out.
発売予定
I'm
の
out. There's no way you can make this game look good. There's no way. It's physically impossible. It looks like shit. You're never gonna catch me saying nice things about these. Yeah, show a close up of the windows in that one street again, please. Show me? No, you're not gonna do that? Huh, weird, strange. Odd that you wouldn't do a close up of the things that actually look really terrible in that game. Weird. But Pokemon. So how much is the upgrade pack?
ここでジョイコン2のマウス操作による完全新作タイトルをご紹
Right,
介し
hang
ま
on.
す。
I need to get another drink. I've been shouting a lot. 1 second, 1 second. It's not known yet. It's going to be a lot. And the problem is I bought a lot of my stuff physical in the beginning. Thankfully not Breath of the Wild. I have that digital. So, but anything physical that I want an upgrade on, I bet you're going to have to pay fucking 80 quid for a brand new one. Right, I've gotten the other flavor of Trip out because I wanted to give the second flavor a go. This one is Raspberry Orange Blossom. So this might be the most normal tasting of all of them because it should just taste like raspberry with a hint of citrus. So hopefully it won't taste like a pizza topping, too much ginger, or toothpaste. Let's go. Oh my god, they did it. We've done one. We finally got one. Out of 4 flavors, we've got one that tastes normal. It tastes like raspberry. Thank Christ. Good to know. Now I know which flavor I can keep getting. Let's go. We did it. We got a flavor that's real. Still has that hempy aftertaste, but I don't care.
So what do you want to say to me now?
Because now I have a flavor I can keep going back to. I'll probably still keep getting the lemon one
Hell
because the
yeah.
lemon one's
Let's
actually quite
go.
nice. I agree, Isaac. Let's go. No, I did like the lemon one. It's just weird that it has basil in it. But that's really nice too. I'm glad. Right, let's continue. Mouse controls. Highest tier membership is free upgrade. Oh, that's fine. I wouldn't mind paying that. If I can play... Ooh! I was going to say, if I can be a DJ with them, I'm going to do it. Oh! Oh! How about the Metroid Edition 4K 60 FPS? I don't know. It only said it for Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. Maybe they'll get added later. I love this. This is cool. It's weirdly edgy for Nintendo, isn't it? You heard of arms? Now we're bringing you legs. Oh no. Surely it's more arms. If they're in wheelchairs. Arms too. Yeah, why is this so cool? For Nintendo, this is really cool.
両手で2つのマウスを動作して
I'm sorry, I shouldn't bully people for the way that they look, but hang on. Look how teeny tiny his hands is inside his far too bigger jacket. Look at his tiny little hands. Because he's like me, he curls his hands up inside his sleeves. I'm like, dude, you need to get a shirt that fits you when you're doing a presentation for Nintendo.
両手で2つのマウスを操作
Kid in an adult's jacket, absolutely. 80s big boy suit. I agree. It's very funny. I'm sorry. We're not trying to bully you. I'm sorry.
Nintendo Switch 2にやってくるソフトメーカーさんのタイトルをご紹介します。
Okay. Partners.
I have long observed the lands between.
No.
This world.
No. Are you fucking serious?
You can see them, can't you?
You what?
That guide you through your burden. I have no doubt you will become Elden Lord. May you take the throne.
The Tarnished Edition. Fucking great opener for a partner.
Greg Kasavin from Supergiant Games.
Hey, Greg!
Here to say that Hades 2 is coming to Nintendo Switch.
Greg Kasavin's great, by the way. He's a really nice guy.
Introduces the Princess of the Dead, an immortal witch out to vanquish the sinister Titan of Time. You'll battle beyond the
Now for
overworld
Babs
to the
and
ends of
gamers.
the earth.
Especially with Hades
Getting to
2,
know
which we
dozens
knew
of
was going to
characters
come
and
to
creatures
Switch. There was
in a
no
story
way.
that reacts to every
It wasn't going to
step.
happen.
It's the kind of game you can quickly pick up and play whether you're experienced with the original or not. Look for more about Hades 2 later this year.
Okay. That's fine.
皆さんこんにちは。カプコンの中山です。
Which one do I predict? Is this a Monster Hunter or is it going to be no. Resident Evil? I don't know.
我々がお届けするタイトルは
Street Fighter, I was wrong. Okay. That's still kind of crazy.
任天堂スイッチ2だけの新モードもあります。ソフトは通常版の他に総勢26キャラクターを収録した Years 1-2 Fighters Edition の2バージョンを、さらにゲームと連動するアミーボとアミーボカードも一緒に
What? We're still talking about Amiibo? It's 2025. What are you talking about? What? I thought they were going to be discontinued. okay.
普通の発売日にお届けします。お楽しみに。
Okay.
Initiating Arsenal boot sequence. Weapon safety mechanism confirmed. All operating
I know that
at
voice.
normal levels. Testing data link with spine. Normal. Commencing launch.
Is this Deus Ex Machina? Is this Deus Ex Machina?
After 2 long wars where our freedom was restricted.
No, not Deus Ex Machina.
From
I'm thinking of a completely different name for a series. I'm not thinking of the fucking really popular old life sim game. It's not even a life sim. I know what I'm talking about. I'm thinking of the other one. I'm trying not to look. I know that the names are kept in the titles. What's it fucking called? It's got Ex Machina in the title. Fuck it. Anthem lives.
I'm in need of a new arsenal, new equipment, and money. I'm for sale, and you're buying.
Rebels!
Damon Ex Machina. I just remembered it. Okay, that's great because Damon Ex Machina is fucking amazing.
The Trinitas has almost completed a weapon.
Welcome in, by the way, Arcadia. I got it. I got there.
Don't you get it?
I won't just stop you.
Also, side note, if anyone does want to go back and remake Anthem and finish it, I would be ever so grateful because I really enjoyed it.
I'll tear you apart! All children bring hope to our lives.
Great!
Don't they?
Glad to make one. Welcome in.
Hey, this is Joseph Fares.
Joseph Fares!
I'm super excited for Split Fiction to come to Nintendo Switch 2.
Okay.
The game is a story about friendship. You play as Mio, who writes sci-fi, and Zoe.
Part of me regrets ever getting invested in. I love how that sentence can go both ways. Part of me regrets ever getting invested in Amiibo and never getting invested in Amiibo, and it could go either way. I have the Amiibo that I want, and I'm happy with that.
And it's up to you and a friend to help them break free. Now, let me tell you this. If you like It Takes Two, you're gonna love
Hell,
this
man.
one, trust me.
Like, I've been watching people playing this, and it looks fucking stunning, and I'm watching it here, and I'm like, oh no.
We're bringing fans together across the world, both on the pitch and on the gridiron.
Okay, so I have thoughts. I have thoughts. You might not think I have thoughts about sport, but hang the fuck about. I might have some thoughts about sport.
EA Sports. It's in the game.
It's in the game. Right. Quick thoughts. EA Sports being on Nintendo is actually a really big deal, especially if they start making them a bit closer to the current console and PC versions of the EA Sports games, because what they've actually been doing for the same for the normal Nintendo Switch launches is they've been repackaging the same game for about 7 years, and it is a already broken down, busted up arcadey version of EA Sports whatever, especially the football games. So it'd be real cool and a really good sign for Nintendo to be getting hold of an EA title that has not been hampered in some way and actually matches current day EA games. So I'll be really interested to see if EA Sports, say FC, because that's the one I'm more familiar with, is actually EA Sport FC and not a Nintendo Switch version of it. IGN repackaged their Switch review. Yeah, literally. I can't remember which years it was. Was it 2023 they did that or something? They basically because EA launched exactly the same version of the previous game, just with slightly changed teams so that people's like team members were up to date. IGN then just republished their review of the previous year's one and stated those things that had changed and then left it alone. And I'm like, yeah, don't waste people's time. I think that's perfect. So it's actually a bigger deal than you might expect it to be.
Avalanche Software. We are bringing Hogwarts Legacy to Nintendo Switch 2. With enhanced graphics.
Okay. I also have thoughts about this. Like, all right, I'm going to put out the statement out there just as a reminder. Trans people and trans rights are human rights. Trans people exist. Trans people are good people, and we deserve to have them in the world, and they deserve to exist and be treated well. Fuck you, J.K. Rowling. But Hogwarts Legacy is a really fun game, and you can besmirch me for having played it at all. I pirated it on my hacked Nintendo Switch for a way to have a look at the game to see what it actually is. And it is genuinely actually a pretty all right game. I wouldn't say it's an elevated being of status, but it is, if you're a Harry Potter fan, pretty fucking good with next to no input from J.K. Rowling herself. And if you have a problem giving her money, don't buy it. And if you don't care about that because she's already rich and it makes no difference, get it anyway. And enjoy life because you only have one life, so enjoy it. Continue.
And seamless world transitions.
This looks really good now. Switch 1 version was potato. It was. It looked like shit, but it ran, right? And that was the impressive thing about it. So it's nice to get another version option for it if you don't have a PC. Or a bigger, you know, a big boy computer game console.
Has Switch 2.
Captain, is that mic supposed to be on?
Tony Hawk's Pro Skater. So it's gonna look like it did originally. I love this. I love this. Good for them. Further showing that EA is willing to support the console, which is a good sign for Nintendo. I love this. It's probably the most I've seen of any of those games. They're doing a SpongeBob level. That's cool.
Hello, this is Christian Elverdam from IO Interactive.
Oh, I didn't know you.
We're bringing our flagship title, Hitman World of Assassination, to Nintendo Switch 2.
Someone go and call Willow. Willow's going to be so excited.
Agent 47 does everything he can.
Look at all these outfits he has.
And how each mission progresses will vary depending on the player's imagination. Our ever-expanding game will release on the same day as Switch 2. Plus,
it's a launch game. It's a launch game for Switch 2. I love that. Oh, they're making something new? Oh, it's the Bond game. I forgot they were doing that.
James Bond. The world's favorite spy is coming to Nintendo Switch 2, so stay tuned.
That's great. Good for them. Bravely Default. Bravely Default. We're getting Bravely Default. More Bravely Default in my life. Okay. This is why I need wireless headphones so that I can walk away like that.
Remastered in high definition. Featuring the Bravely Default commands that help you control the
Bravely Default. Right, okay. I fucking love Bravely Default, okay? Bravely Default is one of those games that I adore and I have never finished, but I adore it, like, in my heart. However, what I really want is a remaster of 4 Heroes of Light. Four Heroes of Light, which is the precursor to Bravely Default, which is hard as shit and really funny, and no one's ever played it except for me, and it fucks me off because I don't get to talk to anyone about it. But Bravely Default coming back is still a great thing.
Battles. Change and customize jobs to build out your very own party. Enjoy your adventure with upgraded features and advancements. And all new minigames with
okay, so after I've redone Breath of the Wild.
presents the classic fantasy RPG, Bravely Default.
Is Switch going to become my RPG machine again? Is Nintendo going to be my RPG machine for the next 10 years? Oh, Ryakugotoku! Okay, okay. You know what? This kind of actually just looks like how that looked at launch, so good on them. I never finished BD2. I didn't start it because I didn't finish BD1. Okay.
任天堂にも関係するタイトルをご紹介します。
Nintendo game.
ご覧ください。
Give me something new other than Mario Kart. Is this gonna be another Hyrule Warriors? Is this gonna be? This is a Warriors game. It's a Warriors game, isn't it? Is this a Warriors game?
When the Zonai
Yep.
from the heavens, joined hands with the Hylians who dwelled on the surface. Their union led to a great and prosperous kingdom.
Okay, I take it back. Yeah, Arcadia gets it.
A terrible evil arose.
It might actually run. No, see, barrels, that's the thing, is like they run exactly how they're meant to run. It's nothing to do with the Switch. You could get a Warriors game on any console or on the PC and they all run exactly the same. It's just how they're meant to be and they're perfect and it's hilarious because, as Arcadia says, monkey's paw. It's like, new Nintendo game. Oh, it's a Warriors game. So I don't care.
One which future generations would call the imprisoning wall.
Perhaps you
I just want Zelda. That's fair. That's fair.
So that's Hyrule Castle? Then that must mean this really is the past.
Is that a different voice actress? It can't be, right? They wouldn't have done that. Oh, the music is so good, though. Nah, it is the same, okay. AI? You're probably right. Hate that. It sounds like her? Okay. To be fair, I haven't played for 7 to 8 years. Patricia something, yeah. Neat if they commit to no link. I mean, they have so far, and there's 2 of them already, right? Coming this winter. That's pretty good. Okay. So you know what your holiday game is going to be?
かつてハイラル王国で起きた封印戦争、その知られざる真実を描いた本作にご期待ください。
ここで任天堂スイッチオンラインについてお知らせです。任天堂スイッチオンラインはスイッチ2でも引き続きご利用いただけます。
Okay, yeah, that was expected. Be weird if you had a different online system for 2 consoles.
スイッチ2専用の加入者特典を新たにご用意しました。こちらをご覧ください。
Are you fucking serious?
Nintendo Switch Online Plus Expansion Pack will be getting a new classic game library exclusive to Nintendo Switch 2.
Oh my god!
Originally released in 2002. Here are the titles that will be available at launch. A Legend of Zelda game that looks like a cartoon come to life through
No! Where's the HD remake, Nintendo? I'm sorry, I'm peeking my mic now, aren't I? It probably is. It's getting up in the red. I know mine's meant to cut before it does that. You have a HD version, and it was ready for the Switch, and you haven't bought it out. Where is it? I don't want the original one. I want the cool, nice looking one. This is cool, I guess.
Using a mysterious baton,
it's fine.
Sail on an adventure
the non-illogicoma looking Wind Waker, exactly.
Zelda, the Wind Waker. Transcending history and the world.
Yes! The only good one. I don't care what anyone says. Soul Calibur 2 is better than Soul Calibur 3. Holy shit, this is great.
With a different weapon. And Link from the Legend of Zelda series.
Let's go.
Soul Calibur 2. Experience a world of white
F-Zero. Okay, yeah. All right. This is a really great lineup so far.
Death-defying races. Featuring the series' first machine customization and story mode. Get ready to experience
This is such a good lineup already.
In games that support multiplayer, up to 4 can play together locally.
Let's go. Who wants to play multiplayer F-Zero with me.
And higher resolution than the original release.
Oh, where am I going to get the money for a Nintendo Switch 2?
Check the controls for each title and customize them to your liking.
That's huge. That's huge.
More titles will be added in.
Chibi Robo. Fucking excuse you, Pokemon XD? What? Okay.
In the future.
Luigi's Mansion. Pokemon Coliseum. Oh my god.
Nintendo Classics. The Switch 2 exclusive.
Don't ask me to play multiplayer racing games, Karlov. Fight me.
Library coming to Nintendo Switch Online Plus Expansion Pack launches the same day as the hardware's release. And
Eternal Darkness, doubt, yeah.
after the original GameCube controller will also be released.
Oh no. Are these going to be limited? Am I going to have to pay like 100 quid to get hold of fucking working Nintendo GameCube controller? It's the only way we get Chibi Robo back. You're right. The last one was on 3DS and it weren't great.
The Nintendo GameCube controller, exclusively available for Nintendo Switch Online members, will also be
I
available
kind of
the
really
same
want the
day as
controller.
Nintendo
Yeah,
Switch
I
2.
have an original GameCube controller, but that's beside the point.
もちろんプレイしたことがない方も任天堂ゲームキューブ、任天堂クラシック
Yeah, of course I am!
もちろんご覧のハードのタイトルも任天堂スイッチ2で遊ぶことができます。
And I already play all of these as well.
それでは引き続きソフトメーカー
It's
さんのタイトルを
$58.99. That's
ご
not
覧
that
ください。
bad for a controller today that works. Excuse you? I know what you are. I know Deltarune, of course it is. 3 and 4 are new. That's true. I bought myself an actual GameCube again like 3 days before this direct. You willed it into existence. I'm happy for Deltarune fans. I have no point of reference. I haven't played Undertale or Deltarune. I mean, Arcadia, you're just taking over what is normally my role. So what normally happens is I buy a Nintendo console and then the next one gets announced. Like a month later. It used to happen all the time. Now it doesn't happen, but it was my curse during the fucking DS years.
Hi, I'm Randy from Gearbox.
Hoovian.
Borderlands 4.
Thank you so much for the bits.
Flagship Borderlands game.
Hoovian 1983 threw down.
Yeah, can we talk over this? I don't want to give fucking Randy Pitchford any time in the sun. So I'm just gonna talk over Borderlands 4. I'm sorry for anyone who's interested in Borderlands 4, but I hate this fella and I don't give a shit about his games. And I'm a streamer. That is me. Game off of my fucking screen. Thank you. Ah, that feels better.
We're releasing a Nintendo Switch 2 edition.
Which they
of Sid
already
Meier's
announced.
Civilization 7.
Well, thank you so much, Cactus. I very much appreciate the biddies.
Yo Cactus threw down 100 bits and had a few words to say.
No, they
Corgo
didn't.
100.
That's all they said.
Civ 7 launches on the same day as Switch 2. And if you already
No
own
idea
Nintendo
who the
Switch
chap
version,
is.
you
What,
can
this guy
experience
or the guy
controls on
before?
Switch 2 by purchasing the upgrade.
This guy I don't know, but he's
And we
fine.
have even more
I don't
news
feel
from
like I'm
2K.
missing out. But Randy Pitchford, oh, he's
I'm
like
Lionel Jinx, and I'm Ben Bishop.
Final announcement for today
video game
is that
news
WWE
candy,
2K
but otherwise a
coming to Nintendo
detestable
Switch 2.
fellow.
Plus NBA 2K as well.
Okay.
We can't wait to see you in the ring.
And on the court.
They sound so bored to be here.
4 kids find this old tattered man. Off they went armed with nothing but youthful enthusiasm and a profound lack of preparation. Boom! Terrible at steering a raft. Let's slay some trees.
Randy Pitchford is the used car salesman of gaming. Fucking 100%. 100%. And he does his own adverts for local TV. I hate him. This looks neat, but what is?
Next stop, the top. Ha! Nicely done. Well, I think that's everything.
Greasy Randy and his USB stick. Ugh. Survival Kids. Do you know what? I was literally thinking, oh, wouldn't it be cool if this was like a callback to that old game Survival Kids? And then it's fucking Survival Kids. I don't know if any of you know what Survival Kids is. It's a Game Boy game, like Game Boy, a game. And it is about like a couple of kids that get lumped up onto an island and have to survive, and it's a fucking great game. Yeah, some old Konami IP. Yeah, so I didn't think it was gonna call back to that, and didn't say, oh, this is kind of like Survival Kids. It's because it's 4-player, and that's not what that was. But this is, it's straight up Survival Kids from Konami.
This time for home.
So surprise, we're bringing back Survival Kids, I guess. Weird. I appreciate. Cringe. Fuck you. You're just jelly because you don't have any friends to play with. I got you. Platinum, how's it going? I'm here. I've made it. There is no Scottish today. I'm sorry.
Hi, I'm Dave.
Not from me, at least. There might be from someone else. Enter the Gungeon?
Enter the Gungeon.
Yeah. How are you doing? I'm good. Now that I'm able to stream and I can finally watch the Nintendo video, I'm doing good. Thank you.
You can expect some fan favorite elements to return. We're still working on the
He has a
game.
delightful
We're
beard. He
excited
does.
to share more with you in the future.
I've never been into the Gungeon, so I'm not interested in that personally. Well, this looks delightfully stupid. It's not Astroneer, is it? No. No. Oh my god. Hype train, everybody! This looks really good. It is Astroneer! I had it! I was right there! It's Astroneer!
Choo choo, the hype train has arrived. Get your bits and subs ready to roll. All aboard.
All aboard! I wish I could get him to say it more excited. Thank you so much for the hype train, y'all. Your support is highly appreciated. The idea that Cyberpunk is going to be running on a Switch is wild. I've only just registered what's happening. You get to take Keanu Reeves away with you with the Nintendo Switch. Who set that off, by the way? What happened? Arcadia subscribed. Thank you so much for your support, Arcadia. Always appreciate the subscriptions. Final Fantasy VII Remake series is coming to the Nintendo Switch 2. Oh, can we not have such sad music on for it though? Can we do the hype music, please? I want the hype music. I need to get this. This is another thing we need to add to the RPG slate for Sundays. I don't know how I'm going to have enough Sundays to get through all the RPGs. We might have to turn it into Saturday and Sunday. Kunitsugami, great game by the way. Really need to check that out properly. Xbox is never getting the Final Fantasy VII at this rate. Shut the fuck up. Don't hurt me. Yo, what? Okay, 2 Point Museum. Oh. I haven't got plans to stream it yet, but I have been watching some other streamers playing this. Like, sneakily, I'm watching this. And this actually looks like a really fun game that y'all might like as like a chill-out game for Sunday. So I might have to start changing what Sundays are for. We'll talk about it another day. But this looks really fun. What? Wait, what? They've discontinued support of this game on Xbox and PlayStation. Why is it coming to Switch? What? By the way, I played with the umbrella. That was my weapon in this game, was the umbrella. I was real fucking good at it, and it was real fun. Anyone who hasn't played Wild Hearts is genuinely missing out. Oh yeah, you gotta have a Puyo Puyo on launch day. I'm trying not to run away. Rune Factory. There's a Rune Factory. Rune Factory's coming to the Nintendo Switch 2. It's coming to... Yeah, Sarah. It's coming to Nintendo Switch 2. I have to change my pre-order now. What do you mean? Fuck! I need to get in contact with Marvelous Europe and see if they'll send me a code for the PC edition while I wait to get hold of a Nintendo Switch. I'm trying to calm down. This is so exciting. This is so exciting. I'm going to have a Rune Factory game that doesn't run like shit. So happy to see your reaction to this. Rune Factory! No one else cares except for the 5 people in this community that I've convinced that this is an amazing series. Ah! Okay, let's go. Anomaly and the noises intensify. Yes! Okay. I love this music, by the way. Nobunaga's Ambition. That would be a good one for the point and click with the mouse. Are you fucking serious? Am I getting a new fast game? Am I getting a new fast game? Are you fucking... Are you... Excuse? I'm having a meltdown. I'm gonna have a shutdown. It's on launch day. How am I going to afford all this?
The hype train has pulled into the station. Thanks to everyone that joined
Thank you, everybody,
for the ride.
For being excited with me. I hope you got some good emotes out of it. Reanimal, that's going to be a really cool one to keep an eye on for anyone who likes their old games that I've forgotten the name of right now. Fortnite was expected. There's always an Arcade Archives. What was that? Breathe. I thought I heard a Windows error sound then, and I don't know where it came from. Tamagotchi Plaza. Okay. Human Fall Flat. Don't care. Don't care. I am trying to breathe. And then my internet dies. Okay.
ここまでたくさんのタイトルをご紹介してきましたが、次がソフトメーカーさんの最後のタイトルになります。ご覧ください。
There's more? What do you mean? Breathe. I don't think that's meant to be as funny as I think it looks. This looks like...
I give you.
This screams Elden Ring, and yet we've already had that, so...
My blood. I give you my life. Turn.
Prepare yourself.
And transport.
Prepare to die.
To a night of moonlight. To humanity's very dusk.
I don't recognize this, so this must be new. Oh, this kind of looks like Elden Ring, but it's not Elden Ring. We've already seen Elden Ring. From Software! Continue. Wait, it's in the real world? This is London? Wait. You know, it's the sequel to Bloodborne. Okay. I know too much about the look of people's styles in video games. I've never seen a game reveal split the world like this one. Interesting. The master of almost calling it. Listen, when they I still have the trailer for it somewhere. The reaction I had when I could immediately tell that it was the reveal trailer for the remake of Demon Souls, and I called it like that. And I did the same thing for Final Fantasy 16, and I was kidding when I said it. So I am absolutely the master of kind of getting it right all the time. Okay. He has a gun? He has a gun! There's a gun? Oh. This freaky lad. This is good. This is so Bloodborne.
Close your eyes and contemplate now the moon, as befits the soon to depart.
I pray that you are able, carrier of blood.
This is fucking Bloodborne, yo. I don't know. What do you mean? Why is it a big T-Rex head? Oh, that's rad.
The moon tears will flow for one.
Don't see any poison swamps. You got him.
And one alone.
Duskbloods. Duskbloods. Interesting. Yeah, Friday. Yeah, just a Friday in London. Absolutely. Thank you for the biddies, Hoovian. Rad, exactly. What was that? I want what that is. 2026. Okay. No. Wait. Okay, now I know why the internet is going kind of wild about this. It's exclusive. It's an exclusive. That's really interesting. Oh, I love that. That is beautiful because, right, okay, I know there's still more to watch, but hang on, hear me out. So, Bloodborne is 10 years old, right? And people really, really fucking want more Bloodborne. And the chances are that the reason that's not happening is because the creators of Bloodborne actually kind of don't like working with PlayStation specifically because they gave them such a shit time while they were making Demon Souls. And that's why they made Dark Souls, so they can continue making the kind of game they wanted to make without PlayStation getting in the way and basically not giving them anything. They were really bad at publicizing the game. They were pretty certain it wasn't going to sell well. They didn't think people were going to be interested in it because it was too hard and it was too dark. Turns out it's exactly what the world wanted. And so they went off and made Dark Souls, right? And then PlayStation managed to convince them to come back for this next project, which was Bloodborne, which, you know, again, sold fine, but it was stuck on PlayStation. And they already know damn well that they can make a Dark Souls game and make 3 billion more on, you know, copies sold, for instance. So for them, it's like, why would we continue to stick with PlayStation when we know we can sell far more, especially since all the experience with Elden Ring, right? PS has Bloodborne, Switch has this, yeah. But the interesting thing about this is people are absolutely going to buy a Switch to get this. Now that they have Bloodborne in their soul, they're going to be like, well, I can't miss out, so I'm going to get Nintendo, because the average person isn't going to go out and be, well, I'm going to buy a PlayStation for this. That's fucking 800 quid. Yeah, why would you do that? Xbox has Metal Wolf Chaos. Yeah. One day we'll get something, but... So it's really interesting that they've gone in for an exclusivity deal when they've had nothing but bum deals before. When it comes to doing exclusivity, they kind of get, you know, hampered. They, you know, lose 1 billion sales. So I almost see this as kind of like a fuck you PlayStation move, as like, we'll make more Bloodborne, but we're going to go somewhere to someone who'll pay us to do it properly and advertise it properly and look after us. And we haven't done that on Nintendo yet, but we know how many Switches there are in the wild, so chances are it's going to sell real fucking good. So this is fascinating. This is an amazing thing to be happening. And I will be so interested to know how well it sells, especially as it's being locked to a brand new console. It's just... okay. Interesting. Sony has part ownership of FromSoft and their owners? No. They don't. Otherwise, there wouldn't be any problem making a Bloodborne 2 or a remake of Bloodborne. It's... Sony owns the license to... No, you might be right, because it's Sony, isn't it? It's not PlayStation. But they don't own FromSoft, because FromSoft is owned by Kadokawa, and they have a partnership, but that's not the same thing. And that means they only have the rights over the like animations and stuff like that. They don't necessarily have rights over games. So it'd be manga and anime and movies and things like that. It'll be other media, whereas games is a completely separate license and a totally different thing. And I don't think PlayStation has the right. It just means that if a partnership were to happen between PlayStation and FromSoft, it would be easier because there is an owner in place that they have in common. Interesting. Very interesting. 70% Kadokawa. Exactly. So Kadokawa still owns it. Yeah. But part ownership is just like, we get a little bit of cash when you make it. That's all that really is. Yeah, it's complicated. Yeah, it's not controlling share. You'd have to have above 25 for that. And then there's more. I think I've calmed down now. Is this Smash? Or is it just Kirby? It's obvious it's Kirby, so... But... it's also a good way to introduce a new Smash game. Kirby's the ultimate light form. He's fine. What? Wait. We got a whole new Kirby game already? Oh, it's a racing game? Kirby Air Rides. Thanks for that, Nintendo. Oh, so that's what Sakurai has been up to. He's making a new Kirby game. And that's why there's not a lot of chance of a new Smash, because he's too busy making a Kirby game. Well, now what he's been up to.
任天堂ゲームキューブのカービィのエアライド以来22年ぶりに完全新作が登場します。
20 years since the last one.
エア
Finally!
ライダーにぜひご期待ください。
Good on Sakurai. He's going to make something he wants to make instead of being stressed and dying all the time. I'm excited. Welcome in, PokeFan Games. Oh, this is new. This is new. This looks weird. Why it got eyes? Why a big rock got eyes and looked like a giraffe? Ooh, yeah. Ingot Isle. This is weird. Is this a Donkey Kong? It's a Donkey Kong. Okay. Oh, Barrett from Kind of Funny is gonna lose his shit. Oh, look, Harry Homer Simpson. Yeah. Oh, this is cool. This music is amazing, by the way. This is neat. Go Mental Simulator, right? Kind of appreciate that as someone who gets angry real easy. Did he have a little rock friend? He has a little rock friend. Yeah! Look at this little freak. How interesting. Bonanza. Oh, this year?
ご覧いただい
Ooh.
たのはドンキーコングの新しい 3D アクションゲームドンキーコングバナンザです。
Bonanza
唯一
this.
無二のパワーで敵も壁も地面もすべてを破壊しながら巨大な地下世界を突き進みます。詳細は改めてお伝えしますのでお楽しみに。
ここまでご覧いただきありがとうございます。
So far. What?
改めてになりますが、
His jacket is so
Nintendo Switch 2
big.
の発売日は
It does
6
look
月
fun.
5日です。
I'm not a DK fan at all. I don't like any of the
発売す
DK
る
games,
本
but
体
that
をご
looked
紹介
neat.
です。まずは Nintendo Switch 2の本体です。
Give me a second
それ
color.
に加え、ダウンロード版のマリオカートワールドがセットになった本体も
That's
発売します。
fine. I want a different color though. I don't want a black console. I have enough of those. I have one black console. I don't need a second
駆け
one.
足になりましたが、今回お伝えする内容は以上になります。
発売までもうしばらくお待ちいただくことになりますが、任天堂スイッチ2を皆さんにご体験いただけることを今からとても楽しみにしています。
最後までご覧いただきありがとうございました。
Arigato! It's from the team that made Odyssey. Oh, so it's going to be good. Shit. Okay. Looks like I'll be pirating so many games this year. Okay. Wow. That was great. That was really fun. It's just in time for adverts. Okay. Shit. All right. That was a lot. I probably missed it in all the excitement. Did they actually mention the release date? I know it's in June, right? It's June 5th, right? Did I miss that? I probably did at some point. But fucking okay, that Duskbloods thing is incredible. I don't know how to start. What do we want to talk about? So the suggestion I had was they had more of the trailer for Breath of the Wild TOTK. It is June 5th. That's not long for me to find. However, they didn't mention price. Okay. Is there somewhere I can go to get that information instead of being told it? But you can tell me if you just want to tell me. Hang on. It's $449. That's not UK money. Why are you giving me dollars? We're from England. From the website. Okay. $395. That's surprising. I was expecting $450. Okay. Or $429 for the MK bundle. That's really good. Like, fuck. Okay, because like, wasn't it 300 for the Switch when it came out? Something like that. That's actually not wild. Fuck. Am I going to be trying to get hold of a Switch this year? Is that what I'm going to be doing? However, the US pre-orders have been delayed. I did see some news about that this morning. Good discount considering MK cost alone. Yeah, and that's going to be the main thing that a lot of us would play together. Right, hang on. I'm going to go back to the Just Chatting so we can have some music on at the same time. And adverts have just died. Why aren't you playing? Why aren't you playing music? Why does none of my stuff work? Thank you. Because tariffs. Of course, I understood that that might be the case with them. Why is this so loud? Is that loud for you as well? It looks like I have no control over my audio.
An impossible puzzle.
The fuck is this?
Nobody wants to come clean.
Why is it so loud in my ears? Oh, wait. That's not my music. What is that? Oh! I don't know if... Yeah, you probably could hear it.
I like trains.
No! Stop! I said pause! Stop playing my fucking videos, YouTube. I was like, where is that audio coming from? I thought it was my own music, but I couldn't control the audio from my mixer, and it was like, no, it's auto playing my watch these videos later playlist on YouTube. I like trains. For reference, that was the Jacksepticeye announces that he has autism, and he starts it with "I like trains." So it's a great video. Right, yeah, so I will say there is a JP region language locked Switch 2 that's only 265, yeah, but I don't want to have a region locked anything in this day and age. That's garbage. I'd really rather not. Is the Switch 2 region locked? That would suck so bad. Okay, so Cactus said about like the Breath of the Wild and TOTK video. I could go and look that up unless you happen to have a link to it so that I don't go having to look all over the place. But $395, that's not too crazy. I think that's actually quite reasonable considering, you know, the next PlayStation is going to be like fucking 800 quid at this point. And it's a 4K console as well. 4K 60 sometime. I did appreciate that actually, that it says it doesn't say it is a 4K console, it says up to, which means people get to choose their resolution, which is always the case with the Switch anyway. Where it doesn't, the normal Switch has like a 900p screen or something. So, but 1080 for undocked is pretty decent. I like at the start of the Direct, the presenters were color-coded for the Switch 2. Were they? One of them was wearing yellow, weren't they? Hang on. Let me have a look. Or was it blue? Am I getting it wrong? 4K is depending because it's using DLSS. Yeah. And I think that's fine. Because for the average consumer, like, you know, 6-year-old children, they're not going to notice or care. And for the average parent, they're also not going to care. Does it look okay when you blow it up on your big screen? That's all that's going to matter in the long run. So if someone wants to claim something is 4K but it's actually upscaled, for the most part, people aren't going to notice the difference. I certainly, well, I probably will, but only because I'm right here. You know, my screen is a foot away from my face when I'm streaming, so I'm going to notice it here. It's like the orangey sort of. Oh, let me go and have a look at that again. So I can see that, because I totally missed that. Pause the video, don't play it. Let me see them again. Oh, you're right. Okay, dude in the middle was grey. Hang on. Let me go get them again. It is that orangey color. I totally missed that. No, go back to the bit of the video I asked you to, you fuck.
ディレクターをしています。
No, that is... We are on Just Chatting, Lena. Press the right fucking button, you idiot woman. So, yeah. The orangey color. See, my brain was like, it's yellow. For some fucking reason. I would have preferred if this guy wasn't also wearing grey, though. I think it lost something by doing that. Right, come on. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, I feel like he should have been made to wear that blue shirt more, obviously. Especially as that whole jacket just made him look like he was 10 years old. Like, I'm sorry, I'm gonna bully him again. Dude, you look like a kid in a big boy suit. So around 7 minutes, the Treehouse segment was 27 and was more in depth. Yeah, that's not the kind of thing I am interested in, but having something specialized to something might be okay. One day, my buttons for pausing Spotify are going to work, and today is not that day, apparently. Thank you. I've already muted it.
Switch to system.
No.
Upgrade your adventures in Hyrule on the Nintendo Switch 2 system. The Legend of Zelda.
The other guy should be wearing grey. You're quite right, actually.
Tears of the Kingdom games will both have Nintendo Switch 2 editions.
Okay.
Jump back into the adventure, now with enhanced resolution and frame rates.
So I do have a question about that, but maybe the answer in this video.
HDR, which makes the image more vibrant, and they have smoother, higher definition graphics. Plus, the load times when warping are much faster, helping you explore Hyrule with ease.
It's really nice to know that, but it isn't difficult to get faster. Oh, but that's quite a bit faster.
If you already own the Nintendo Switch games, your save data can be carried over.
And that's okay.
On top of that, you can now create 2 manual save data files.
Oh, that's
so feel
lovely.
Free to start a new game without worrying about losing your old data.
Why couldn't we do that before?
And introducing Zelda Notes, a new feature.
Right, yeah, I wasn't actually paying attention during this bit, so this might be helpful.
It's a game-specific service found in the Nintendo Switch app on smart devices that's exclusive to the Switch 2 editions of these games. It's designed to provide a more streamlined gameplay experience.
Okay.
Let's go over some of the new features you'll find in Zelda Notes.
Daily bonus is interesting.
Sometimes it can be tough to locate shrines.
Oh, guys, you have no idea how nice it is to see this in fucking 1440p. And it looks all right. Love people saying they shut down Yuzu just to steal it for this. I mean, they shut down Yuzu because they are fed up of people not paying for their games. I completely understand, especially when they... The problem with a lot of modern Romulation scenes, emulation ROM scenes, is they too openly just give out the links of how to get hold of stuff illegally all the time. They're all like, oh, you want to get hold of some Switch games? Here's a website, here's a website, here's a website, or here's my Google, fucking the backup link that you can use to get 70 games without paying for them. And that's a lot of the problem with that system. It was always, while I was growing up in the emulation scene, shut the fuck up. Do not post it anywhere. You learn it from private messages that someone gives you, and then you never say it out loud. You just say a specific set of key terms, and that's it. You never gave out links, and that's how all those websites lasted for so many fucking years without Nintendo being able to go, fuck you, stop that. Whereas these days it's like there's a open public Discord that people can use to go and pay somebody to get access to a Switch store so that you can easily download whatever the fuck you like. And that's dumb. That's real stupid. Why did you make it public? Why did you make it so easily accessible? Of course Nintendo's lawyers were going to be sitting in there for the course of 7 months just getting hold of information like usernames, account data, who's downloading what, how many downloads are happening. Of course they're going to take all of that. One of them has a paid Patreon. Yeah, that's what I mean, is a lot of them, they have a payment system of some kind. Some will use a Patreon, which is probably the stupidest motherfucking thing that you can do because it's the most traceable thing on the planet. Or they'll be more like, I never know how to pronounce it. I always called it iFitcher, but it's like one F-I-C-H-E-R. It's where if you want to pay for better downloads, you use Bitcoin or some other version of cryptocurrency, which made that a little bit more difficult for people to get hold of, and it's also less traceable, so when something legally does happen, it's all decentralized and nobody knows where the money went or who's getting it. So they were easier to hide and hold on to, but a lot of these sites have been cracking down, not just because Nintendo has been going after them, but because they fear that Nintendo is going to go after them. So a lot of the sites that I used to go to get hold of Nintendo Switch games, I'm not going to lie about it, I'm happy to tell people I pirate Switch games after several years of paying money to Nintendo for getting a substandard version of a game. And they've disappeared for the most part. I have like one left, and it doesn't get updates as often as it used to, and a lot of the links are now broken because a bunch of the places where, say, like Mega had a whole archive from several different sources, they've all been taken down because of threats from Nintendo, and I don't blame them at all. It is becoming harder to do, and I'm kind of okay with it because it shouldn't have been that fucking easy in the first place. It should be you have to work. It shouldn't just be you go to a dude on YouTube and you find all the answers in one place. It's stupid if you want to keep piracy a thing, because I do believe that piracy has a place in the world. Obviously there are people with different like monetary situations, or maybe their economy isn't so great for one reason or another, and then there's some even fucking developers that are totally okay with piracy. They're all like, if you can't afford to get it, I prefer it if you pirated it and enjoyed it. Just remember to pay me at some point is a lot of the thing. And I think a lot of the ROM scene has forgotten that aspect, is like, still kick him a buck whenever you can, and yeah, it's just, it became too easy to do. It shouldn't be easy. It should be that you have to jump through hoops. It should be difficult. And Nintendo has now made it super difficult to do that, and I don't blame them at all. Especially when Yuzu were just like I said, their Discord was wide open and you could just walk in and there would just be links immediately being all like, you want to get some ROMs? Here you go. Stupid. Yeah, ROM sources were like Voldemort's name. Yeah, stuff like that. You just had to figure it out, and if you have half a brain cell, you probably could have back in the day, but now it's just like, just go to Reddit. I remember one studio was like, I'd rather you pirate than use G2A. And you know what? I totally get that too, because G2A is a theft system anyway, so they got hold of it in some fashion or another that was busted, but they might also send you like, fucking viruses and tracking data attached to everything, and it's like, it's just a really dirty version of a person's game. I'd rather that G2A didn't make money off of something. I'd rather you just got it for free a different way. And I can respect that as well. Because I don't support G2A or Kinguin. I don't believe in any of them. I have a differing relationship with... what's the one that I use for cheaper keys? CD keys. I use that one because its reputation has been all over the place, but primarily okay. So I tend to be all right with them, but anyone else, I'm just saying, fuck this. Anyway, Switch stuff.
You haven't cleared, or Koroks hiding around Hyrule. That's where navigation comes in handy.
Voice guidance.
Activating. Proceed north.
Oh, that's a really nice
It'll
accessibility
provide a helpful
feature.
Voiced guide.
Your destination.
It's like
is
having
north of
GPS,
here and
actual
close.
GPS.
Your destination is above.
I like that. That's actually a really great feature for people with visual disability as well. Like that could give them another way to play this game.
Destination is nearby. You have reached your destination. Guidance deactivating.
I like
Give it a
that.
try as you search for all sorts of things.
That's a really nice thing.
When you visit certain places, you can hear voice memories.
My study. I found a silent princess in a corner of this desolate room.
I love
How many
this.
years?
These are stories that weren't in the original games. Voice memories can be located using navigation.
Your destination is nearby.
It feels a shame that those are missing from the actual game and you have to use an outside app to do it. We went through all of this in like I'm trying to think, when did Watch Dogs came out? That era that everything had a companion app, we already went through all this and they didn't have particularly great ideas. I like this idea, but those voice memories, I don't know why aren't they just in the game?
The dueling peaks. I shudder to
I don't want to
think
have
of
my
what
phone
happened
next to me
before
while I
Papa
play a
led
game.
everyone here.
I play games to get away from my fucking
Plus,
phone.
in The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom, you won't just hear stories from Princess Zelda.
This altar is considered the most holy place in the temple.
You can look forward to hearing stories from 2 other characters as well.
Is this the afterlife?
Master Koga. There is,
In
okay.
The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom,
Then I don't have a
you
problem
can
with
freely
it.
create your own vehicles and weapons. But have you ever wanted to share your creations?
No. You don't want me to share that.
With auto-build sharing, you can create QR codes to share blueprints.
Actually, you know what? I'm not going to share any, but I would really have a lot of fun using other people's things because I can't build for shit. Like I have like just no inclination to make stuff whatsoever. It's one of the main things that actually put me off of Tears of the Kingdom is like, oh god, it's a whole game of just making shit and I just don't want to do that. So the idea that I can just scan a code and it'll just make it, yes please, just let me have something.
When receiving a QR code, you can scan it.
Actually, this would be a really good opportunity for the community to completely punk me as well. Like if I were to play this, I could be like, right, I'm gonna let you guys create stuff in your game, and I'll download the thing that you made from the Discord. I love when they ask questions like that, and the answer is is a profound no. Just no, thank you. I don't want this. So many schlongs are going to be shared. I mean, yeah, like it's what's it called? It's called the DTP in all creative video games. It's time to penis is a genuine thing within creative communities, especially with video games. It's like, how long is it going to take for someone to make a dick? And it's usually seconds.
The notes and use materials to auto-build the creation in your game.
Yeah, I think this is a good way that you could all fuck with me. You could make some god-awful thing and I have to get through a boss with it or something.
Another thing you can do with QR codes is gift in-game items to other
So
players.
nice looking at it in 4K.
For example, when gifting a sword or some meat, You can create
Some
a
meat.
QR code.
Why did he say it like
Then
that?
another player can receive it in their game via Zelda Notes.
I like this. We can all send each other our fucking worst weapons. I would do nothing but be a pain in the ass with this. Like, do you wanna download my glider? No, because it's not gonna glide. It's made of rocks.
You can edit photos taken in-game
Yay!
by sending your pics to Zelda Notes.
I appreciate
You can crop
this.
them and decorate them with stamps.
This I will spend a lot of time doing, actually.
QR code to share your
I like making wallpapers with them. Yeah, Barrels has shared his Schmeat design.
My play data keeps track of different
It's my meat
records since your
sword.
adventures began, such as the number of enemies you've defeated.
I love this. That's the kind of shit I like to see in video games. I want to know how much and how long I've done
Your
something.
records. Aim for new medals and goals, like
Okay.
total distance traveled or rupees collected.
This is really cool. You want to build my car with bombs for wheels?
With global play
Basically.
data, you can see where your records rank within the global community.
No, I only want to see friends. I don't give a shit about everybody.
On top of comparing your data with other players around the world,
No.
you can also see your gameplay
I
trends.
just want friends. I just want friends. Why is there no friends?
Once per day,
Oh no, they didn't tell us how they're handling friend codes this time round. Are we gonna do friend codes again? Medals or trophies, right?
you can spin for a daily bonus. You'll be granted whichever in-game effect it lands on for the day,
I
so
like
give it a
this.
try.
This
Good
is
luck.
great.
Compatible amiibo accessories can be used to receive in-game items.
I should fucking hope so. We could the
Zelda
first
Notes
time
keeps
round.
track of each amiibo you scan. When you scan an amiibo 5 times, you'll get an additional bonus use of that amiibo that you could normally only scan once per day.
Oh, interesting. I was gonna say, is this how they're gonna control people using the reload spam so that you could get the stuff you actually wanted from your amiibo? But it looks like no.
Upgrade your adventures in Hyrule on Nintendo Switch 2. The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild and The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom Nintendo Switch 2 editions. If you already own the Switch games, you can upgrade to Nintendo Switch 2 editions by purchasing upgrade packs.
Okay.
Or access the upgrade packs at no additional cost with a paid Nintendo Switch Online Plus expansion pack membership. Plus, these new amiibo figures will also be available.
Oh, fuck off. They're really nice. Ah, the Tulin one looks great. Ah,
If
okay.
you scan them in The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom, you might receive a paraglider fabric.
Might. Okay, so my question, which they didn't answer, was going to be, it's right here.
Zelda Tears of the Kingdom?
So this is clearly a box where you get to buy it a second time, right? So if you have the physical version of the game, does that mean that you can't
Nintendo Switch 2 edition.
get the digital
If you already own
upgrade?
the Switch games, you can upgrade.
Because it doesn't say that. It says if you already own the games, but it doesn't say how, right? So is it just like, does it mean DLC? Is that what they mean by the upgrade pack? It's just a DLC and you can get it if you want it. And it's only available on Nintendo Switch 2. I'm just like, I just want answers. It's not going to affect me in any way because I have it digitally, so it's no problem for me for the first one at the very least. And I'll probably get Nintendo Online because we'll want to play Mario Kart together, no doubt. So
To Nintendo Switch
and
2
Fast RMX.
editions
Oh,
by
I can't
purchasing
believe.
upgrade packs.
Yeah, so I'm interested to know that because the idea that somebody, because they bought them physically, would have to go out and buy another one just to get the enhancements kind of sucks. So I hope it's like a DLC. But I would be intrigued to know what that price is. And I think it's kind of gross that they haven't mentioned it. In fact, they didn't mention the price of games whatsoever. But I did see some reactions to $80 apparently for Switch games, which is interesting. I don't know if that's actually mentioned anywhere. Maybe they did that in a Nintendo Treehouse thing. So, actually, that's a very good point. Fun fact, Breath of the Wild will now be released across 3 generations of Nintendo consoles. That's true, because it came out on Wii U, which is what I originally streamed it on. Thank you to Barrels, once again, for sending me that copy back then. Which is still... it's still in storage somewhere, so I still have it. I just don't have I don't have a Wii U anymore, so we don't have that save anymore. But yeah, okay. Thankfully, I have NSO expansion pack, so I don't have to pay for these. Yeah. I mean, well, you've already paid for these, is basically what that is. Like, you're pre-paying for it. I'm just intrigued about what the price is going to be. I wonder if anyone's found that out yet. Anyway, let's go back over here. Let's head back over here. And it's done it again. It just doesn't want to play my music today. I'll do it manually. Fuck you. You can't stop me. So that was all very exciting. That was a lot of stuff to have to take in. Obviously, I'm really excited for Room Factory 2. I say 2, it's not 2. Room Factory Guardians of Azuma. Yeah, but I pay like 25-ish per year for it from CD Keys. Yeah, exactly. It's not exactly costing a lot. And like, if it's ever an option for you, you can always get the family edition as well, which should save you even more money. So it's not too bad, because I'll get the online play and the classics. Exactly. Yeah. Oh my god, the fucking GameCube games just being available, just right there. Let's go. Oh my god. So what was? Hang on. Let me. Nintendo Switch 2 launch day games. Let's see if we've got a list for that to look at. Oh, good old Nintendo life. Day 1 releases. So we have also Nintendo Music. Not sure if you knew about this, but it's awesome. I know everything about Nintendo Music. I was very tempted to get it because I was like, I want to play the Wii Shop music over and over again without fail. The reason I haven't supported it is it's just another subscription service that I just can't justify having, especially as somebody who doesn't currently play Nintendo Switch online. But also, they don't actually give credit to their artists, which I think is kind of disgusting. And I refuse to support a system that continues to do that, even if I really want to listen to their music. If I want to listen to Nintendo music, I'll listen to it elsewhere. Or a remix version of it or something, because I would prefer that those people got the support that they actually should be getting. Some EU retailers already discounting Switch 2 physical games. That's pretty common over here in general. Like, I say here as if the UK is considered part of the EU anymore. It's not, but it's pretty common for us to just be like, hey, we're not doing this. You don't have to pay 80 quid for a game. So yeah, hang on. Let me go and have a look at one of our more common. I'll do a basic bitch retailer. I'm not going to go to Amazon. Do we have? I'll go to Game. See if they're still around. Yeah, Nintendo Switch 2. Let's click that. Okay. So it's got Mario Kart World at $74.99, so 80 quid games basically. Some of the Switch 2 carts are game key carts. I don't give a shit about stuff like that these days. It's never bothered me. Oh, well, okay. So we got some accessories, right? That's being shown here. I'm gonna bring this up because this is fucking great. I'm just gonna make sure it's not showing off my address anywhere. I haven't used Game in forever, but I know what websites are like. It doesn't look like it. Yeah, game is always full price. You're correct. Look at the camera. Look at this. Nintendo made a cool version of the camera, a Piranha Plant camera. Why would I want the basic bitch fucking annoying, boring looking spy camera? Okay, I'm sold. Would buy now. Exactly. This though, I'm like, I don't need you to know what my bedroom looks like. Actually, I don't want that in my house. That sucks. That sucks a lot. It just looks like a really shit microphone. I don't want that. But the Piranha Plant camera, you could convince me to get this. It's hoary. Okay. Oh yeah, you're right. Okay, so it's not Nintendo themselves, but officially licensed, which is basically the same thing these days. So that's really cool. Image coming soon for a memory card. So $66.99 for Donkey Kong. Oh, okay. So Kirby and the Forgotten Land, a game that already came out. So this is what another question that I had is like about the upgrades is like, if you didn't have it originally, how much is it going to cost if you get the upgraded version for Nintendo Switch 2? Apparently $66.99, which is only a couple of quid more than buying the original one. So I'm actually kind of okay with that as well. Apparently Bravely Default is $33. So it's kind of all over the place. 66, okay. 66, 60. So it looks like the upgraded Switch 1 games are going to be 66. I wonder why Donkey Kong is in there. That's a brand new game. So it's interesting that they've put that at 66 as well. Joy-Cons are 75. Official camera is 50. Yes. Yes, you're quite right. Again, I'm not too bothered about that. Whereas the Piranha Plant camera is only 33. And I'd argue that's a better deal. It also, like, something I just didn't point out, you can close it. Look at that. That's how you stop people from looking at you. You close its mouth. I think that's fucking great. And it's cheaper. I wonder if the image quality is worse. It has no information on it. Just delivery and returns. I would be interested to know what the image quality is on it. Okay. So we've got a slim travel charger. We got what? A magnetic charger for your controllers. 74 Mario Kart. That's starting to hit the price where gaming is going to become inaccessible to people on lower incomes. I think they're going to have a real problem with that. Did you see about Switch 2 game key cards? I think Karlov just mentioned it, that some games are just keys and you still have to download it, is what I'm guessing that means. I could be wrong though. Maybe you might have to explain it, but that's what that sounds like to me, and I personally have never really had an issue with that. Yeah, that is what it is? Okay. I've never had a problem with that. I think it's grim because there's no reason it shouldn't just come on the cart. That's why you buy a fucking cart, is to get around downloading stuff. But you have to download stuff for most games these days anyway, so I don't have a huge problem with it. Another interesting thing is now digital titles are cheaper than physical. I mean, that was kind of the point. They were meant to be. It was meant to be cheaper to buy digital because, like, you're not having to go through retailers and paying for plastic. Fucking miles and miles of plastic. You get to skip all of that. It's interesting. Yeah, this is okay. I think I'm okay with this. It just means that Nintendo Switch is going to be a little bit more expensive than it already is to purchase games for if you buy them physically. I am not a physical purchase kind of person. I typically buy digital these days. just because of convenience more than anything else. I'm like, while I understand the problems with game history when it comes to stuff like that, preservation, that was the word I was trying to think of. When it comes to preservation, there is an issue with digital libraries and them suddenly just disappearing over the space of a night if somebody wanted to do that to them. But for convenience in the current day, I'm like, I'm fine with it. So it's grim when Square Enix don't put the 11GB Bravely Default on a game card, but CDPR got all of Cyberpunk on one. Yeah, there is no need for that. Yeah, especially with Bravely Default, which is a DS game, so it's like you say, like 11 gig. But what is the? I always forget what is the size limit on game carts, because they have two different sizes, don't they? And a lot of people don't like paying for the bigger one, so it could be just Square Enix being kind of cheap and compressing it enough, or just choosing to turn it into a download file, which sucks because when you want a cart, right? So it's kind of weird that they chose to do that. Fucking 33 quid though, that's really good. I swear that's cheaper than you could just buy Bravely Default today. So, I don't know. Right, I have to very quickly go to the bathroom. If there are any other videos, like a treehouse or anything, that anyone wants me to go and look up, or another piece of info, let me know when I get back from the break. I will be back very shortly. Sorry about that. Thank you for waiting. I have another drink. I got another one of the toothpaste ones. I can't wait to go and send them a review for all of their drinks and be like, hey, you might want to cool it on the mint in the elderflower one. Maybe boost the elderflower a bit so it doesn't taste like fucking toothpaste. It's still, you know, I'm still going to drink it because I paid for it, right? So, and the CBD does help. Like, it helps me sleep. So that's always a very welcome thing. Maybe that helped while I was getting excited during all the Nintendo announcements as well. Standard carts are 32 gig. Yeah, I couldn't remember how big they were. So there's absolutely no reason that they couldn't have just done that. Because they still have to pay for the cart, right? For getting everything published. There's no reason they couldn't just put it on there. That is really weird why they would choose to do that. Unless it's actually just the game isn't 11 gig and it's like you got to download the 11 gig because they didn't want to pay for the 64 and it's actually a lot bigger because they made it HD is also a potential. Because like you don't think about like how big something's going to get when someone does a HD remaster or something. Like that Star Ocean shit, what was it called? Was it Star Ocean 2? Hang on. Star Ocean HD remake. What was that? That was... Yeah, the Second Story R. Okay, so that was a Square Enix title as well. And that's sort of kind of like how Octopath Traveler looks. It's like that HD 2D kind of effect to it. And it was like a 30 gig game. Like when you downloaded it. It was crazy big. So... really, really massive size. And I was like, why? It's just sprites. It's like, well, no, yeah, but it's like HD as fuck. So they're like a lot bigger. And then the audio is much better quality as well and stuff like that. So what were we looking at? I was looking at actual launch games. This is a shockingly big list. Now, granted, some of it is stuff that's either already out or already coming. But it's still pretty impressive. So we got a new archives. It's Ridge Racer, which is pretty fucking cool. Bravely Default is a launch day. Cyberpunk, Deltarune, Fast Fusion, which I'm in big trouble because so that's one launch game that I'm definitely gonna want to get. Fortnite Standard, Hitman World of Assassination, that a little bit of a surprise. Another version of Hogwarts Legacy, fine, whatever. I don't need to buy it because if I want to buy it, I'm going to buy it on Xbox or something. Related, please continue. Mario Kart World, that's definitely going to be one I'm going to have to get because how can we not play that as a community on community nights when I actually do them? Puyo Puyo Tetris 2 is under 2 gig on PlayStation 5. That it uses a 50 gigabyte disc. Yeah, it's dumb, isn't it? It's like, well, this is the only size they come in. So there's 2 gigabytes of data. Surely that means like when you go to load it onto your PS5, it's just like, done. You know, it installs in milliseconds. So fast. What else we got? Kinitsugami Path of the Goddess. Again, another game that I really need to go and actually play on Game Pass because it's real good. Mario Kart World. Nintendo Switch 2 Welcome Tour, which I think is a bit of a cop-out. I feel a little shitty that that's not just on the system when you get it or a recommended download when you get it, as opposed to you buying it, because it's literally a demo of the system and everything that that works on it. It's like, why wouldn't you want that on there? Why wouldn't you like to tell people about all the cool shit about what your system can do? Surely you'd want to do that. I don't know. Anyway. Hello, it is I, Future Broke Man. Is that you, Future Broke Woman? I am currently broke. What are you talking about? There is no future involved. Welcome in, Brem. Lovely to see you. Are you broke because you're getting a Nintendo Switch 2, or is it just me? What else? Nobunaga's Ambition. I had no no opinion on that. And anyway, I think that's an older game, but I'm not sure because it says complete edition. So that's got to be the one that came out a couple of years ago or something. Puyo Puyo Tetris 2 S specifically. Rune Factory Guardians of Azuma. So now I have to decide which version of the game I'm getting because I only have a Nintendo Switch. And I could still get that on PC. I keep meaning to email Marvelous to see if they'll give me a key for it. In which case, I can hold off and I can buy the Switch 2 version later. So, Sid Meier's Civ 7, Split Fiction, Street Fighter 6, and Street Fighter 6... Hang on, Years 1 and 2 Fighters Edition? Wait, why are they separate? Why is that not the same thing? Either way. Survival Kids! That's a little surprising. I might actually kind of want to get that. Breath of the Wild Switch 2 Edition. Tears of the Kingdom Switch 2 Edition. And Yakuza 0 Director's Cut. What about the wheelchair basketball game? It doesn't mention that on this list for launch day. So it could be that that's coming a little bit later. But I could be interested in getting that. It looked kind of cool. One is the base game. The other one includes the DLC. Ah, I see. That makes sense. I still feel like they could have just said Street Fighter 6 and it would have been relevant. But that, yeah, okay. So Fighters Edition is the one that comes with everything. It's coming July. Okay. So yeah, so it's a little bit after because it's June 5th, isn't it? How the fuck are people meant to save up for a June 5th launch? Like, I know what I was thinking, like June or July for it anyway, but this 2 months ago away. Literally from today. It's 2 months away. How am I going to raise £400 in 2 months? Because, like, so not to get too much into it because I'm going to talk about it tomorrow, but I am... starting from next week, I'm only going to be earning as much as what I was making last year. So I'm actually getting a pay cut this year. And I already struggled with the money that I have at the moment. I've got a printer to pay off. I've got the PC to pay off. I think my headphones have finally paid off. My earphones, sorry. But I do need some new headphones. And the bike still needs servicing, and I've been putting that off for 3 months because I can't fucking afford it. So I'm sort of like, where the fuck am I going to get 400 quid from? And then the money to buy a game with it as well, especially if I want to play games with all of you as well. This is the other thing. Like Tears of the Kingdom, that can wait. Breath of the Wild, I already have, so I could just get Nintendo Online to upgrade it, so that's not too bad. So what I would be wanting to get is... I don't need Yakuza. So Mario Kart World, Fast Fusion, so two racing games. Because none of you have probably played or cared about Fast, but it was, for me, I'm like, this is the only replacement I have for Wipeout, and it was pretty decent at that, and I really love playing it, and so I'm very welcome towards having a second one ever, let alone as a launch title. Rune Factory Guardians of Azuma, which I was already going to be getting anyway, but that's meant to be coming out in May. I was meant to get it in May. And that's now not going to happen if I'm going to be getting that version of the game, because I'm not going to want to get the Switch version if I can get the Switch 2 version. Gotta buy that Piranha Plant camera too, of course. I know you're kind of joking. But if there's special features in other games... Like Mario Jamboree, for instance. Like, that would be another thing that I'd probably want to get to play online with all of you. It's like PAL only and I want to import. Is it really? It's only in PAL. That sucks. Ah. I mean, I'll get it for you and I can send it to you if you like. It saves you from having to, like, pay, customs and all that shit. Well, no, you'd still have to pay customs, but you know what I mean. But yeah. So there's a few games there for me for launch, and my rule typically for brand new consoles is I cannot get it until there's at least 3 games that I want it on it that I can only get on there. So at the precise moment, that's Mario Kart and Fast Fusion, because Room Factory is on other stuff. They do say some USB-C cameras work, but as far as I know, there's no list yet. That, yeah, if it could just work with my normal cameras, because I have another one. Like I have another one of these, or I know I have the C9. This is the C922. I think I have a C920 in a box somewhere that I don't currently use. So I could use that because that'll probably be compatible. So that'll save me 50 quid. Well, 30 quid for the for the plan. See, this is the thing, is I like dumb shit. So I kind of do want the Piranha Plant camera. I think that's a really great little thing. So yeah, so the other things would be what would be the other games that I would want? I would want the upgraded Zelda, obviously. Maybe that Kirby game, because I never got to play it. And maybe Mario Party Jamboree, because I didn't get to play that this time round, and I'm not paying for Nintendo Online at the moment. I'm just trying to think of things that would be like, why would I be getting it for all of you? I'm actually, do you know what? I'm kind of surprised they didn't show off a new Splatoon. I was genuinely expecting a new Splatoon. It's been long enough, in my estimations, for a new one. So that would have been a really fucking cool one to be able to play with all of y'all for a community night. Because I haven't done a community night since my last birthday. We need to start sorting that shit out. And Nintendo's kind of the only way I really get into them, because we used to start off by playing Mario Kart, right? And then I started doing like, it's not everybody's golf. What's it called? Golf with your friends. So it would be really cool if we had a fairly Nintendo-based society within the community that we could do this with. Hell, I want to switch to it launch just to play the GameCube games. You just got a GameCube, though. You have a GameCube. It works, probably, but it won't look as nice. And you won't be able to play the multiplayer online. Bet there's a way you could do that, though. I'm looking forward to the Kirby DLC, and even something like Pokemon Legends ZA looks so much better than regular Switch Pokemon games. I don't think it does look any better. I think it just looks like it might run slightly better. I still think it's ugly as fuck. You can't improve a flat texture. There's no way. It's physically impossible. It's already a flat texture. Don't get me on this. Don't get me started on fucking Pokemon and graphics. No new Mario either. Yeah, actually, fair to point out, Alexander, that there isn't a new Mario. I was kind of expecting, because it's been, fucking 7 years since we've had one. So it is kind of surprising to not see one, but I guess that's kind of what they're thinking, because it's made by the same guys, right? The new Donkey Kong game could have been to take its place just for now, and then the new Mario will come a bit later down the line. It feels like they're kind of wanting to spread it out a bit better, instead of them being like, right, we've got a new console, there's nothing on it except for Zelda, which is technically a Wii U game, so Kirby and the Forgotten Land is really good. Really enjoyed it. Lots of fun. I did go to play it initially, and I just never got around to it on my allegedly hacked Switch. So that could be a fun one that I could check out, but not one that I'd be immediately drawn to. And looking at, I'm just looking at sort of like, there's just an image in front of me. Luigi's Mansion 3, let's go. Or something like that. Yeah, there's not too many of the older games getting an upgrade that I would be too interested in, but I would have Nintendo Switch Online, and I'd probably pay for the more expensive one just so that I can get those upgrades anyway. But then I'd still have to buy the games because I don't actually have most of them. All of them, in fact, except for Mario Kart 8. That'll be the interesting one. If Mario Kart 8 Deluxe gets like an upgrade as well, that's really funny. Actually, I'm on Nintendo Life at the moment, and I've just spotted, on related articles, it says Pokemon Scarlet and Violet is getting a performance upgrade on Switch 2. So let me have a quick look at that. It's got like a little list. Nintendo has confirmed that the select Switch games will receive a free upgrade to improve playability and performance on the Switch 2. Some titles may also receive added functionality for game share. Chief among these is Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, a release that was widely criticized for its... Oh, hello! Hello! Welcome in, everybody! It is a raid from... Daddy Wisdom. I had to double
OMG,
check.
Daddy Wisdom is here. Welcome to all 22 of you.
22
How was
of you.
American Truck Simulator?
American Truck Simulator. Oh, what were you doing? Welcome in, Raiders. Thank you for bringing your people along, DW. How was American Truck Simulator? Was there a new expansion by any chance? Is that what's going on today? Is there a new expansion? Please tell me everything. And welcome into everyone else who's just come along. I am Anomalina. I'm a variety streamer from the UK, and we have just been reacting to the Nintendo Switch 2 Direct because I didn't watch it during the week. I've been saving it for today. So we've just been going through the reactions and general ideas, and I'm just looking up some information on free upgrades for some games that are already available in Nintendo Switch. But primarily, if you're into watching people play video games as opposed to talking about them, I do also play a ton of RPGs, a lot of story-based video games, and if you like a bit of voice acting, I'm your gal. So if that sounds intriguing to you, do follow me for tomorrow when we're actually going to play some Dragon Quest XI after I talk about my misgivings to do with my job currently. How are we doing? Missouri DLC. It was very pleasant. I'm glad. I've just spent the last hour being... I've got a mildly sugary drink, being mildly and stupidly excited about a couple of things. Nothing that anyone else will be excited about. I was just very excited that there's going to be a better version of Room Factory Guardians of Azuma, because I'm a big fucking Room Factory nerd and nobody else cares. But I am currently looking at a list of games that will be getting a free upgrade as opposed to a paid for one like the Zelda ones. I'm just reading this on Nintendo Life. So chief among these is Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, a release that has been widely criticized for its dire frame rate and hilarious bugs when it launched. It's not known exactly what the upgrade will bring to the table, but we're expecting some basic improvements to the overall performance, which is the main thing it got slandered for, and rightly so. That's not all, though. Several other games have also been confirmed to receive free upgrades for the Nintendo Switch 2, which include ARMS, which no one ever thought anyone would say out loud ever again, Captain Toad Treasure Tracker, Super Mario Odyssey. I don't think that needs an upgrade. I think that's a perfectly fine game. Super Mario 3D World and Bowser's Fury, Clubhouse Games 51 Worldwide Classics. It's actually something that I kind of want to play that with people as well. Link's Awakening, Echoes of Wisdom, two games that desperately needed it. The frame rate on those games are fucking just... Don't get me started. Game Builder Garage. Now, that's interesting. So, I'll just say the last two. And Super Mario Brothers U Deluxe and Big Brain Academy and Brain vs. Brains. It's probably going to have, extended, questions and shit. Right, Game Builder Garage is an interesting choice, right? Because... That's a coding game. It's literally it teaches kids how to code. We literally used the words earlier. What's it called? When you make test games. I'll just say that because you'll know what I'm talking about. I can't think of the word right now. Prototypes. There you go. Where you learn how to prototype video games. So the idea that that's going to be getting an upgrade too is really cool, because That's going to be like 5 people have that. Really neat. Out of those, Clubhouse 51 games is all I care about. I don't give a shit about Pokemon. Pokemon can fuck off into a dire pit of hell for all I care. Yes, new kart. Yes, I agree, DW. I agree. New Mario Kart is exciting. It looks really cool. I haven't had much chance to actually talk about it. So, anyone else in the community who thinks they're going to be probably getting a Nintendo Switch and Mario Kart right away? Because that will probably govern whether I do the same. Because I'm not going to be playing that shit alone. I have no reason to play Mario Kart when I'm by myself, which, as you can see, is all the time. So the idea of being able to play it with the community is so much more enticing to me. It's a purely multiplayer experience for me, Mario Kart, even though it looks awesome. And actually, granted, they did appeal to me. Actually, should we go and have a look at the trailer again? I'll do a separate one. Let me close all these windows. We've got like 15 windows open. We don't need those. Let me go back, because no doubt Nintendo has all the trailers on their site now. I want the UK site because I prefer to have things in my localized area. Where are we? Nintendo UK. Do not autoplay that fucking video. I keep telling you. So, Star Seeker, if you went when I actually called it by accident. Where is it? Why wouldn't it be one of the first things that you can show? Play all? No, I don't know. Not as a playlist. Don't do this to me. This is not what I asked for. Stop playing. I'm glad you're muted. I'm looking for Mario Kart. Thank you. That's what I want. Let's put that on the big screen again. Back in a bit. No problem. I'm more interested in Switch 2 than I ever was with Switch 1. Interesting. Is there any particular reason for that? Yeah, I'll get one at launch, but I'm a Nintendo sucker and don't recommend. Like, I have a sickness and I don't think you should follow my instincts. But I'm double broke, what with moving. That's actually true. That's fair. I totally understand you are in a very difficult situation at the moment when it comes to money. So I get it. All right, let's put this on. Is it going to let me pause my music? No, of course it's not. Why would it let me do that with the button that I have created specifically for that role? That would make my life easy. And why would I ever want that? Right, let's put this on again. It's a 4-minute trailer is the thing. So it's like the full thing. But we can have it in the background anyway. So hardware-wise, mostly, I was real apathetic towards the Switch. Because it's just like such an underpowered old Android system, which I can kind of understand. It's not it's not good, and it wasn't good when it came out. It was just different, you know, and that's kind of exciting. I'm not too worried about money. I'm just worried about getting a place or scalps. Yeah. So obviously what my advice in general is, if it is difficult to get hold of, don't pay for scalpers. The only reason scalpers are able to make money is because people pay it. If you just wait, that shit stops, because the same thing happened. I don't know how many people actually followed this online, but when they did those limited PlayStations, the PS5s, the 20th anniversary ones, or 30th anniversary ones, a lot of them ended up on eBay at extortionate prices, and people simply didn't pay for them because Sony actually made more than enough of them. Obviously not the limited ones. But the skinned ones for the normal PS5 or the PS5 Pro, I can't remember. It was one of the ones that was like readily available, not the one that there was only like 1,700 or whatever the fuck it was. Yeah, scalpers actually just weren't able to get rid of them because they were so readily available. So they had to start putting them down to the price they bought them at to get rid of them, because otherwise they'd have a ton of fucking unused PlayStations in their house they couldn't get rid of. So please, I implore you, if you have any trouble getting hold of Nintendo hardware, just wait. Just wait. And you'll get it at a reasonable price, you know, retail price. Don't pay for some dickhead who got there first. It does my head in. They confirmed the cow racer in this game can eat the burgers. Good! They should be allowed to eat whatever they want and create mad cow disease. Not just underpowered, but a underclocked underpowered system. That's actually very true. Overclocking a Switch, you're actually just bringing it up to its original potential. Like the Shield TV has the exact same chip as the Switch, but at full speed. Yeah, that was always very annoying. And a lot of that was down to shit. We can't be giving out a system where the battery only lasts an hour and a half. And it's like, actually, yes, you can, because people will just do it anyway. Definitely not getting a scalped one, but I would like to get a day one Switch 2 if I can. I'll have to see what I can do. I've got a bunch of stuff that I still haven't sold. Like, if I just sell 2 Pokemon games, I could probably make enough. Because I have Pokemon Emerald, and it just needs the battery replacing in it. So if I replace the battery, I can get about 200 quid for that. Quite easily. I like this grinding system that they have for getting around. This is the most dangerous thing, though. These outfits are cute as fuck, and I kind of want to unlock them all. And that might be the thing that gets me to play a Mario Kart game offline, is so that I can go and unlock all the costumes. Because you're gonna have to do that with coins, right? You're gonna have to earn that. Or like maybe for doing some amazing thing. I love that shit. That's always the way to get me to play a game that I'm not initially interested in. It does look really fun. June 5th.
More details about this title will be shared in an upcoming Mario Kart World Direct. So be on the
So this is interesting as well. It's like they actually already shared more than enough about Mario Kart World, and they're like, we're actually just going to have a whole Nintendo Direct dedicated to it. You know? Which means there's more, which is insane. Right, this is just going through a playlist of stuff now. I don't know how much anyone is interested in Astroneer. It's so funny to me that I was like, this is kind of like Astroneer, but it's not Astroneer. And then it's like, you know, it's a new side game, but it is the Astroneer universe. So I can just, the way I spot stuff, I'm like, this is reminiscent of a thing I've already played. So I could be interested in this, because Astroneer is great. I don't know if any of you have played it, but I really like it single player. It's very silly. I like the idea that it's like you going out into the world. So that's kind of neat. But not like highest of my list. Survival Kids is just... How was I almost there? How is it that I almost said it and I didn't say this is Survival Kids? But yeah, anyway, this is going to get me sidetracked. So this is all just like, this also looks like it could be a ton of fun to play with other people, as is clearly what it's going for. I don't know. It is only 4-player though, so this could cause a problem, especially in our community. It's like, there's 7 of us. It's like, oh, shit. What are we going to do? But I think this looks cute and neat. Is there anything else Deltarune I don't give a shit about? I don't give a shit about Tony Hawk either. Oh my god. Skip. Just keep skipping. The one that I named incorrectly, but I had it right. I knew exactly what it was. I had a lot of this going on. That was actually kind of fun to happen during all of this. Like, I had seen, so I'll reveal what I had seen. I saw the thumbnail for Donkey Kong, so I knew there was going to be a Donkey Kong thing. And I did see the Tears of the Kingdom upgrade thing, so I knew that was going to be a thing. But otherwise, like, I've managed to sort of keep off of things. I did see the Bravely Default thing, but I actually didn't think it was a Switch 2 thing. I thought it was just a Switch 1 thing that happened to come out at roughly the same time. When Survival Kids popped up on Nintendo America's stream, it froze and we missed the next like 4 games. No, that's horrible. I hate it when that happens, when you're watching the live stream of something. You're just like, why would you put me behind this loading screen? I'm real curious to try Daemon X Machina. If you haven't played the original, I do recommend it. It's on PC now. So you don't have to play it on Switch, and I would recommend the PC version because it runs better. But it's a genuinely really cool. You get a cool game. You get to make your mech. Like right at the beginning, you get to customize yourself and your mech in a way that is just unreasonable. Like you shouldn't have that many options. It's wild how much it lets you do. And yeah, it's just kind of cool. It's just like if you really like, anime mech shit, this is 100% up your alley. And I recommend it. I thought it was really awesome. And you get to pet the dog. So that's important. Yeah, this is... What are we going to do? How am I going to fit a replay of Breath of the Wild in on this channel? Because, like, currently it is that Sundays are for RPGs, right? That's kind of the rule that I'm having because I have longer that I can play on a Sunday. So it's easier to get enough game time in. But we've got Dragon Quest XI. We're about probably almost halfway through. Although the last bit, the last area I can kind of speed through quite quickly. And then we've got to finish Final Fantasy X. And I've never played Tears of the Kingdom, so I would feel compelled to do a replay of Breath of the Wild so that I'm up on the story again. I'm absolutely replaying those shits. Hell yeah. Yeah, this is it. I'm like, I feel like maybe it has been long enough because the last couple of times I tried to go back to Breath of the Wild, I'd sort of get like an hour in and I'm like, oh, I'm on the plateau again. And I'm just like, this is boring. I don't want to do any of this. And then you get to your first tower. I'm like, oh yeah, there's actually quite a lot. I don't know if I've got 100 hours in me. And I just put it down. All the time. Right, we don't need to see this one again because we've had this one on technically twice. And so yeah, I'm like, so we've got Final Fantasy X to finish after Dragon Quest. So that's like 200 hours to go. Because I'm about halfway through Final Fantasy X as well. And I don't mind going to Breath of the Wild after that, but that's another like 100+ hour game. The way that I play it, at the very least. Unless I want to mainline it, which we could do. I would have less fun doing it that way. And then we get to Tears of the Kingdom, so it's going to be like a whole year before we get to Tears of the Kingdom. And then Bravely Default's back. So I'm like, well, fuck. When am I going to get time to do this? And then this month... It's this month, isn't it? Oh my god. I've got... another RPG to play in a few weeks as well. And then I've got Rune Factory. I don't have any time to do all these RPGs. What am I gonna do? This is my whole channel's shtick, you know? It's crazy. It's cool. It's Elden Ring as well. Okay. I'm actually never going to play this one, so this is at least something that I can wipe off the list. I'm not playing Elden Ring. We're fine. I can ignore this. Don't forget the Hyrule Warriors Tears of the Kingdom prequel. Yeah, but I'm not going to play that because A, it's not an RPG, and B, it's a Warriors game. And C, I don't give a lot of shits about Zelda in general. Like, I just happened to... Don't do this to me. I just happened to like Breath of the Wild, and I do love Link's Awakening, but that's all the Zelda I have in my life. Like, I wasn't a fan before or after. I just liked those ones. So I'm kind of okay with not really paying attention to Hyrule Warriors in any capacity. I'll let other people do that. I'll watch someone else play those so that I can just get the gist of the story. And yeah, so that's kind of just trying to think about how much time all of this is going to take, and how I don't have any have any time. This looks really neat as well. I like this. Like, is this the Forgotten Land one? Yeah, this is the upgraded Forgotten Lands. I could be tempted to play this because I wanted to play this originally anyway. I'm kind of running out of, like, I'm trying to remember if there's anything that I wanted to cover, if there's anything I needed to I don't know, parse about the Switch release. I don't know if I've got any thoughts or opinions apart from, like, it's coming out real fucking soon. It's interesting that there's no new Mario, but it's fine because we've got a re-release of 2 Zelda games that are extremely popular and a bunch of Switch games that are popular with some more shit to them. So it's not like there isn't a bunch of stuff there. And we do have a new Pokemon coming out towards the end of the year, which obviously another thing that I don't give a shit about, but it is going to be an option for people. It's just not directly a Nintendo Switch 2 version from the look of it, which is weird that they haven't got both versions, but I guess they just don't want to force people to buy more than one. I don't know. I'm trying to think what else, if there was anything like I had a concern about before. I mean, they already mentioned about the magnets and about the 4K. They've shown us use of, like, the mouse already as well. Thoughts on the new FromSoft game? Apparently it's multiplayer focused. Okay, so that didn't come across. Hang on, let me go and find that in this list. Because I wondered about that. Duskbloods, that's the one. Because at first, you know, when I was initially looking at this, I was like, well, this looks like Elden Ring, but we've already seen Elden Ring, so it's not Elden Ring. And then it turned out to be another FromSoft game, and that's when I was just like, okay, that's kind of funny. So I could tell it was a FromSoft game. So I was intrigued by this from several outlets. I'm hearing it's PvPvE. Okay, that is actually kind of neat. So not only are they making Night Rain for everybody else, but they've already got, like, a multiplayer thing that they're going to be adding into Nintendo Switch, which suggests to me, because a lot of this is multiplayer online stuff, right? It suggests to me that Nintendo have been able to go to these third parties and been like, hey, by the way, our online is getting better. Because it's always the biggest qualm that I see people have with Nintendo online stuff, is like the online is kind of garbage, but clearly companies are okay with making multiplayer shit. PvP, yeah, okay, so I can see that now. Right, I wasn't sure if that was a cutscene, but potentially that's 2 players, right? I think that's kind of neat. I can see a world that works, especially with Night Rain, you know, being in existence as well. Interesting that Night Rain isn't Miyazaki, but this new Duskblood is. I don't think that's too weird. Because this clearly has, like, an actual story for a start. It's not purely, it's not just because Night Rain, it's not directly a battle royale, but it is a wave-based multiplayer game, and it's outright, it is only multiplayer. So there's not an awful lot you can put in that isn't just about getting a build and being the winner. Whereas this clearly has a world. So it feels like this is maybe the next project he moved on to as a potential palate cleanser, and also, like I was saying earlier, potentially to stick it to Sony or PlayStation and be like, you want Bloodborne? I'm not making fucking Bloodborne, but I'll make some shit that looks like Bloodborne that's not for you. And I kind of love that. I love that a lot. It's very childish to me. Looking at the Mario Kart treehouse, and it looks like that whilst you will be able to travel between circuits in a Grand Prix, those main circuits you race on seem only to be 1 lap apart from the first track. 1 lap? That's weird. I mean, maybe they're massive, in which case it's not that odd. But then, I'm trying to think. I only really have reference point when it comes to Burnout Paradise. And those definitely had closed circuit laps. Not that massive. Yeah, but if you're gonna be trying to organize 24 people to be playing something, yeah, if I could have a link, that would be grand. Because we can go and have a look at that. Yeah, if you're trying to like manhandle 24 people into playing a multiplayer game, especially within the community, doing more than one lap means it's a lot of time, innit? It's the thing. I'm trying to think, like, a lot of races go on for like fucking 5 minutes and they don't need to. I can see some value in it only being one, but I wonder if that's like, maybe it's only one during story mode or something. Does it not let you post? Does it just ban you from posting it? Because all I got is 3 stars at my end. I don't know if that's what you meant to do. Hang on. No, definitely on all of my chats. It hasn't even come up as caught in moderation, so... Check game news in Discord. Cool, thank you. Where is Discord? I tend to close that during all of this. Load, please. Let's open that up. Mario Kart Grand Prix gameplay. Let's have a look. Oh, they look really short. 22 minutes! Okay. Alright, let's have a look. Let's see what they say. Alright, I don't... Oh, actually, they look kind of fun. I was like, we don't need to talk to these people, but look how pleasant they are. You are so quiet.
And I'm joined here with Sam and Kendra. And this
look how happy these people look. So jealous.
All right. So excited. It's all right, Sam.
I want the Nintendo Switch cushion.
Yeah, so this is
Oh, actually, should I get my stupid face out of the way? Let's put that up here.
World of Mario Kart to explore in this game.
Okay.
And as such, we're not going to be able to get into super deep detail into everything today.
Incredible throw, right? It's just Bob Ross.
Mario Kart World Direct. That will
yeah, exactly.
Information in a couple of weeks, so stay tuned for that.
Hell yeah.
For right now, this is really just going to be a first look.
Look at them all dancing. Look how happy Luigi is.
Show you the new flow for how Grand Prix works.
Yes, please.
We're starting out on the character select screen. And
Scroll over. I want to see them more.
Animations
I want to know how many there are.
Got that little
Mario
dance going.
Oh, if we can buy dances for them.
Earlier you had it on Toad, who
okay, yeah, we'll go back to Toad.
He's so happy.
One of my favorites is Waluigi here. He looks like he's ready to rumble.
I fucking love Waluigi.
Okay, so but for this here, we're gonna stick with Mario.
No, boo.
Distraction. Okay, cool. And we could see that we've got fully formed
Pink Shy Guy all the way. Look at all these cars. Is this like a... Look at this car. Doesn't it look like a Robotnik car? Don't you think? It's got... I know it's meant to be like a ladybug, but it looks like Robotnik.
Deluxe. We could still see the details, so you can still get your stats.
Oh yeah, don't forget.
Got some really cool vehicles. One of my favorites here is Charging Truck.
I don't know how to get it up on my main screen. Hang on.
the baby blooper.
and the baby blooper, yeah.
FFC,
right
please
now,
load.
I'm gonna roll with the standard card.
Still great.
Nice. Classic.
Classic.
And we're gonna
Don't forget, we have these fellas in FFZ.
And then on the map,
It kind of sucks when these people were clearly excited to show off this fun new game, but the entire chat was just spamming, drop the price! Yeah, but they don't have to look at the chat, so it's okay.
And we're gonna go with
It's the best part, actually, probably, about working at Nintendo Treehouse is being all like, I get to localize the games, I get to work on making sure these games come out in our country, and I never have to look at the comment system if I don't want to. The comment system is always hell. Like, I don't know if you can tell by the way I do things. Yeah, so chat replay is meant to be on this panel here to the side. I have it completely turned off with a browser extension, so that I never have to see it either, because I'm like, I don't need to see people be that fucking horrible and miserable all the fucking time. And it saved me a lot of my personal energy. Look at this cow! I love it, and he's gone. Alright, I want to know what all the riders are. I want to know all the characters.
Like a mathematical formula for potential chaos. Increasing the number of racers to 24 is a very significant variable in increasing that chaos.
Oh, and you can grind around like pretty big sections as well.
You never know what's gonna happen.
All right, there we go.
Nice.
Okay.
Right into second place. All right.
That coin, yep.
Got a battle here though.
DK still has me. Oh, nice.
Got it. You got
I
it.
timed that well.
So lucky there. Okay, got some coins.
Oh, that's
right.
Okay.
Look at all those coins.
Yeah, that's a new item. That's a coin shell.
And one thing I want to say too is you'll note the way the bomb is.
All right, that's the second lap.
It's actually being held there.
So that's 2 laps. But is this on Grand Prix? This is specifically Grand Prix, right?
Very helpful, I will say.
Yeah, items already.
Because yeah, otherwise you're right. It is too short.
You no longer have to hold a button down.
You're really holding on to this for long.
Yeah.
Luigi's tires. Okay.
Things there.
Being able to get on the wall to get away from attacks is pretty neat.
Into a wall ride.
I want to look at all these fake advertisers. It's the tracks after this. Okay.
So you'll notice the first time I took this lap, I took a slightly different route here. And now you can see my vehicle. You don't have those like gliders that you've had in Mario Kart.
It's like a little plane.
Yes, wings.
3 of 3.
Which is really cool.
Yeah, and I also appreciate your defense.
So this is the first one. So this is, you know, the beginner's track, basically. Look at him showing off.
So I'm riding on this rail now, and this is something that's new. You can see that I can build up boosts just like I could. Just like you can when you're drifting. Yeah, I'll do that again. Yeah, it's really
Feather item back. What does the feather item do? That's something I'm not familiar with. I don't know enough about Mario lore. I didn't grow up with Nintendo, so I love the rain. I love the way the weather can change like during a race. That's really cool.
Okay, I've got a little bit of a lead here, so I'll finish with a little flourish.
Look at that.
Oh, look at you.
Boom.
Oh, nice. You could totally fuck that up.
I'm happy with the way that
In older ones, that let you jump. Okay.
On top of the hat. We got 2 hats going on.
Baby Peach. Snowman. I want to see a snowman. Where's my mouse? There it is. I want a snowman.
I just got so excited. You did so good.
All right, next race.
All right, so we'll get on to the next race. And as you can see,
Crown
we got sort of
City.
drawing our path to Crown City, and that's because, well, look, we're starting the next course, but we're still here at Mario Brothers Circuit. And that's because we're not just going to automatically be transported to Crown City.
Oh, that's cool.
Connected in a world.
Oh, don't miss your boost.
Oh, no, I was too busy talking.
Ah. Look at the snowman on a motorbike. Isn't he great? Okay, this is cool. Like it's not just a loading screen to go to a race. You get to race to the race.
You got that's okay. You're good.
It's actually really neat.
A lot of obstacles in the course. There's a lot of different people you want to drive around. Just be careful.
A giant Goomba. Okay.
And so
What the fuck is that?
These sections in between the courses sort of blur the line of like what is a course. The whole world starts to feel like a course in Mario Kart World,
which is amazing.
Yeah, it's so much fun.
Oh, you're gonna be able to get.
Oh, nice, nice.
Get him.
Ah, way too off.
I was gonna say, yeah, that blue shell was coming though.
Oh, that was aimed at the. Okay.
Okay, we could see
Yoshi's Diner. I want to go there. Feels like current Forza Horizon driving to the next race. Kinda.
Oh, you got a comfortable.
And you know what? Actually, I want to say it was Nikki Grayson that was talking about this. They were playing the the newest version of Need for Speed Underground recently, and they were like, it was kind of nice just playing a fucking racing game that doesn't drop you in, and it was all like, hi racer, welcome to the, you know, it didn't have any of that shit in it. It's just like, here's a race and you just race and it's just a racing game, and there's none of this obnoxious shit in it about becoming your friend or becoming the most popular racer in the area, and you know, all this facts and figures about being in Mexico and shit like that. It was just like, I could just play a racing game. And that's kind of the beauty of this, is it's the same. It's like, you don't have any of that, get as many followers as you can. None of that shit is in it. It's like, no, you're just going for a ride. You're just having fun on your way to having fun. And who doesn't want to do that, you know? I think that's something that, you know, Forza has sort of lost over the years, is it's like, it is kind of cool that you can just go off into a map and do whatever the fuck you like, and you can choose like all these different things. But I also just look at that map when I play a Forza game and I'm like, I can't be arsed with any of it. I just want to play the fucking game and it won't let me. It's just like, here's a billion things in the way, and I'm like, I just want to get on with the game. The game. Can I just do that? And it's like, no, go and get popular first. I'm like, I don't want to. Is he still ahead though?
I respect what you're trying to do there.
Okay.
Look at that. Hey. Wow. All right. You had some good acceleration.
So you were the first to the race. What does that get you though? Do you just get like more coins?
Second place. All right. So whatever our overall standing. Okay, you're doing good here.
Yeah,
You got it all
Bowser
down.
Jr. was hot on my heels.
Little spikes in it.
On to the next. That was so
Mario
close.
looked really stoked about that.
Oh.
So up next
Oh, I
is
see
Whistle
what you
Stop
mean.
Summits, but of course, we're gonna drive there.
Yeah,
first.
we're not just gonna transport ourselves there.
Well, hang on.
Third race.
Mario
Remember
Sunshine
that
characters there.
But that was the race. That is weird. You can't say it's on the way there and then not have the actual Grand Prix, right? Or am I crazy?
Snack. Yeah, there we go.
All right, dash food. Yum.
Okay.
In between those cars. Okay, so
All right, I see what you mean about this being kind of a little weird, Karlov.
in these different places that you visit. So I've got a burger here.
Yeah, because there's clearly one big fucking line.
It can transform you into a different outfit.
Yes, so cool.
Go off that surfboard. Go off the surfboard.
So 2 of the 3 laps is just traveling to the track.
Oh, you got it right.
Yeah.
I gave it a little.
Which kind of means that none of this is actually interconnected as well, right? Because it's still having a loading screen between it.
Oh, wow. Right back on.
DK.
Hmm.
Okay, so now we're transitioning into Whistle Stop Summit here.
Here we go.
And again, we've got these wings, which are really cool, and I can
Yeah, there we go.
Show it off.
Okay.
All this Tony Hawk Pro Skater fucking things.
So because this is a rail station.
It's like how some Mario Kart 8 tracks have checkpoints and not laps. See, that I haven't got enough experience with it. I wouldn't have noticed the difference because I've only ever played multiplayer in Mario Kart. And it's just sort of like, I let you guys choose.
Nice. Oh, wait, you already have 2 items.
So yeah, this is a little odd.
Yeah,
There you go. On the rails
like that.
here. This is really fun.
Oh. My internet is being weird today. What do you mean 3,000 kilobytes? What are you doing? Stop hampering me. It's only 6 o'clock. There you go. Oh, look at that. The fucking video quality went all the way down. Hang on. Let me go and get that back. 480p. That's not necessary. Go back to 1440, you fuck. Give me my video quality back. Oh, I'm dropping frames real bad. Calm down. All right, I'll go back down to 1080 then. Fucking deal with it. It doesn't like that. Let me go back.
Oh, that.
Okay.
Well, we're only in second.
Sorry about that. If it caused any hiccups, should be on my end, not yours.
You've been very lucky. I've seen a couple red shells now, like behind you, and it's not been able to catch up with you. So that's great.
Oh, that was a bad turn.
We're good. We're good.
Like, you got this, Sam.
This music sounds great, by the way.
Yeah. Oh.
Oh. Okay.
Lead again.
I'm gonna have a lot of fun fucking around with that. That's the kind of thing that I like doing.
No pressure, but all the pressure.
Welcome back, Barrels. Yeah.
Here we go.
Arcadia was saying the same thing about the feather coming back.
Oh, I get you go. There we go.
Oh. Oh, okay.
I don't know, but I like it.
Oh, right. I can see what's happening because the map changed.
Yes.
So you really are on your way there.
All right.
But it becomes... Right. I get it. I get it. I get it. Hang on. Let me go back.
Getting first.
When did it change?
Second.
So you go through here.
Yeah, we've got some time. We've got some time. Good.
You know, you've been very
And then this is the Grand Prix from here.
Not been able to catch up with you, so that's great.
Oh, okay.
Like, you got this, Sam.
I guess so that could give you like different potential entries to the race itself, to the Grand Prix.
All right. Good.
All right, now I understand what's going on. Okay.
No pressure, but all the pressure.
Got some healthy adrenaline going on.
Here we go.
This is looking cool. Honestly, I think I would enjoy playing this a lot. Yeah. I think this is really neat. I think it's doing a lot of stuff different, at least, and that's the super cool thing about it, right? Is like 8 Deluxe is like this is the one that's got everything in it. So what do you do when you've already got a game that's got everything in it? Well, you do a game that does something different instead. And I guess that's kind of what it's got going for it. Is it's got a little bit more style. It looks nicer. The tracks are a bit more varied. There's a lot more racers as well.
It really does, yeah.
And you could do something different every time.
Yeah, that's what. Yeah, this is what I'm trying to say. What he just said.
Okay, Spaceport.
I love this.
I know. I am super excited.
Okay, so you're starting from where you currently are, so at the train station.
Oh my goodness.
And then this journey becomes, like you say, like Karlov says, the 2 laps before the actual race.
Yeah. Are you drafting off of him? Yeah, nice. Oh.
Well, I still think that's actually kind of neat. Like, yeah, it feels weird because you're sort of like we're so used to living in a world where it's like 3 laps, and they're the same 3 laps. But this is a way to sort of like break them up and not feel so samey, and then also not to waste all this open space that you've made a game out of as well. It's like incorporate that into your things, even if they're not directly race tracks. Is they get to be like this is now part of the races by way of you going there.
So you see how
So I guess they're treating it as like laps are more like checkpoints. So you get to a certain part and now it's lap 2, that kind of thing, but it's not actually a lap. So yeah, maybe they could change the wording. Maybe they shouldn't be calling it a lap. They should be calling it a checkpoint. But yeah, I kind of like this.
The entire course essentially all the way.
This is like when Mario Odyssey and Breath of the Wild redefined their series a bit, whereas MK8 was the pinnacle of what it was up to that point. Yeah, kind of like how Smash, the last Smash, it's called Smash Ultimate? I don't remember. Yeah, it could be the same thing where it's like, right, well, we've been doing this for a certain amount of time and now we've done it really well, so why don't we make something that's a little different to freshen up the series? Which is what a lot of these series have needed, to be fair. You know, once you've been around the block for 30, 40 years, you need to change your tires, whatever the fuck. Oh my god, it's really hitching. Hang on, is that them or is that me? I think it's them.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's them.
Okay. So you got.
And then now this is the actual. Oh fucking Christ! They were having trouble, weren't they? You do one lap, split it into 3 checkpoints. Yeah, basically. MK8 has N64's Rainbow Road, but you don't do 3 laps on it. Good. It would suck. Also, this is only 100cc they're showing as an example with checkpoints. Oh, right. I get you. Yeah, I'm reading everything you said backwards. I think 100cc is totally fine for showing off in a direct type thing. A tree house, because most people aren't going to be going above that anyway. Yeah, it's a Donkey Kong course. Isn't this cool? I like this too.
It's kind of good you ended up there, though.
Yeah, I know.
You can pick up some coins and make up for what you lost.
It's a good callback to their history.
This right here was always tricky to me, just trying to dodge the barrels that come in and out.
Right.
Like,
I love these old school vibes. This is
yeah.
Yes.
Barrels mentioned.
If you have green shells.
Yeah, this does look a ton of fun. I think you might be able to convince me to actually get this so I can play this with the community, because there's plenty of us that all want to do that.
Yeah, I was like, you got it.
I know, I'm not even playing.
And it won't be begrudging like it was in Mario Kart 8, because this genuinely looks like fun. Whereas like in Mario Kart 8, I'm like, I'm only doing this because you all like it. I don't care if I'm last. I'm not even going to try. I'm just going to let you get on with it, and I'll drink alcohol in the background. To be honest with the bundle, it's probably worth it. Yeah, that's probably how I'm going to do it. If I get hold of it. It's not going to be at launch. There's no way. I can't raise 400 quid out of the blue.
Get the coin at least. Oh, no.
Oh, that barrel took a turn.
And I highly doubt, like, I'm going to have, like, some weirdly generous benefactor in the last couple of months. So, yeah, this will probably be something I'll try and get by next year, I would have thought. And then definitely there will be games on it other than Mario Kart at that point that I'll probably want to get hold of as well. So I can stick to my don't get this until there's 3 games that are exclusive rule.
That was a challenge. All right. Well, I will revel in the victory.
I do think this looks fun. This is actually just a good showcase of what exactly is going to be here as well. So we get to see like a preview of some of the tracks. I really want launch, but I just don't know. It's looking like you can get it through my Nintendo, but still, it's looking like invite only. Yeah, through Nintendo themselves, it'll probably be invite only. I mean, I think I saw Cactus mention it was available on Smith's Toys, which is where I got my no, I got it from Game in the end, didn't it? I tried to get my Xbox from Smith Toys, but I wasn't able to. I got it from Game eventually. But yeah, it's going to be plenty of other options. It's bound to go up on Amazon several times over the next few months. What did you think of the new DK design? So yeah, Argos will definitely have pre-orders. This is where I used to get a lot of mine. I know they're all gone now, obviously, because it's like everyone's excited now, but, you know, Nintendo will slowly do re-releases of pre-orders leading up to release date, and there'll be plenty of time afterwards as well, like before Christmas or something. I never know. Maybe if Pip says yes to me, I can use my back payments towards it. Maybe I could hope for that. Do you know what? I'll probably actually end up doing that, to be fair. But still depends if Pip say yes. So yeah, fingers crossed, everybody. What do I think of the new DK design? So I don't know enough about DK to have even noticed that there was a redesign. If I'm honest, I don't like the games. I didn't grow up with Nintendo, so I didn't see an awful lot of it. And he just wasn't part of my I don't know, interest level in anything. So you could show me 5 different pictures of DK from across the last 25 years, and I couldn't tell you which version is which out of certain eras outside of like, well, clearly this was on N64, you know. So that's something I would miss out on. I did think he looked a little different in his own game, but I don't know if that's a redesign as opposed to like they just have more polygons available.
Here I discovered when I was in free roam mode earlier on Mario Brothers Circuit.
But we could definitely go and look them up. Because we tried to do that. I know that people were trying to... What the fuck? I know that people were talking about it when the original Nintendo Switch video got sent out, and they had like that one really squished up PNG of Donkey Kong. And everyone's like, doesn't he look different? Do you think he looks different? And everyone's like, oh, I think he looks like he does in the original Mario Kart. Like maybe they're going back to the old style or something. And I kind of agreed with that. But, you know, offhand, I'm just like, I don't... It's a monkey with a with a tie, and that's all it needs to be for me, and I'll recognize it.
And there are weather systems too that can affect the way things look. I want to let this shy guy pass me.
No! I want to see the Shy Guys in a race. I haven't seen a Shy Guy yet. Do we need to go back through all the race footage to make absolutely sure that there is a Shy Guy option? Because if I can't play as a Shy Guy, I don't want to play. Because that's what I play as. I'm the pink Shy Guy.
Get a cool pose. Yeah. And then we'll jump into photo mode.
A cool pose.
The moment. Perfect.
All right. So let's
look at that.
Ooh.
Photo mode.
Excellent.
All right. And we'll
have a nice drive. Oh, Mario, you're too friendly. Red shell tires as well.
All right. So everybody, once again, this was Mario Kart World.
That was neat. I like that. I now understand what you were getting at, Karlov, about it being different, the way it's handling the Grand Prix races. At first blush, at first look, it's sort of like, oh, why have they done that? But you know, I don't think it's too offensive. So okay, so we'll have a look. Oh, they have it. It's a whole treehouse. I wasn't expecting it to be a treehouse.
Nintendo Treehouse Live.
Yeah, come on, tell me some more about DK, because this actually looks kind of cool.
Yes.
A lagoon layer. So we are underground, farther than we were before. It's beautiful down here.
It's a very pretty game. I love the little purple freak that you have with you.
Hungry boy, he needs his bananas.
Crocoid cracked. Okay.
I think that would fill up his belly, but no, he's always hungry. One thing I want to talk about early, we also talked about this in the earlier segment if you missed it, but there's all these hidden pockets everywhere in all the different layers and levels of this game.
Okay.
This one, so I want to go ahead and demonstrate that.
Yeah, this one actually did look kind of neat to me because of this.
Yes,
like the way that you can just fuck with everything.
To stress how important it is and how fun it is to
just dig
wherever you can, because you never know what is waiting for you.
Perfect. You found something. Yeah.
Like you could just decide not to play the game. You could just keep digging.
Waiting behind door number 1.
Like it's wild that you can just do this. I kind of love this.
If you want to play along at home, make sure you eat 1 full banana for every banana.
Well, off to a good start.
So is this what you meant by the redesign? Is this like different? Because to me, the only thing that's different is like it's not an N64 game. You know? He's like his hair looks like hair now as opposed to plastic.
Conveniently placed barrel cannon.
All right.
So that's kind of neat.
There we are.
I love
now
that.
We have a quick shortcut in case I need to get back down there.
That's great. That's great.
I should probably actually.
So colorful as well. I'll always appreciate a video game that chooses to be colorful and fun. Because like, there's more than enough like sad, depressing, gritty, grown-up games out there, and I'm like, I don't need to play that all the time. I will always like gravitate towards ones that choose to be more sort of like jolly and silly.
Really helpful. Did you punch upwards?
I sure did.
Oh my gosh. Look at
He looks so grumpy.
So good.
Is there a photo mode in this? There should be.
Here's okay, so since I'm holding this convenient giant chunk of stone, this concrete slab.
I do like that this kind of looks like polystyrene though. It's kind of like a set.
So I'll need to pick up this chunk of stone. You can see how this material interacts with each other.
Oh, okay. I also like this, that you can just go and get bits of the environment. That's a cool idea.
There we go. I did the trick. Good job, DK.
That was satisfying.
Well, come down. Oh, so there's another convenient little door here to punch through, and I got a fossil hidden on the other side.
New
So,
fashion
yeah,
items in the style shop? Fuck! Why are you doing this? They're like, you want costumes, you little freak? You want outfits for all your playable characters, you fucking weirdo? I'm like, yeah, I do actually. They're like, fucking bet. I'm gonna make you play a game that you have no interest in because you really like collecting costumes. Like, shit, you got me. I played Odyssey for almost exactly the same reason, and also because it just looked like really fun. So yeah, it's more expressive kind of face, I think, instead of like cool 90s look Rare gave him. I can kind of see what you mean by that. Yeah, there's a lot more going on there. I would argue, like, when was the last 3D one? Like actual 3D. I'm not talking like the ones that are like, you know what I mean, to the side. What, has he ever been in one that's like this before? I genuinely don't know. I'm not trying to take the piss. Like, I have no history with Donkey Kong whatsoever. I love how this feels like how you can dig around through a whole world. Yes, that's what I was trying to get. But that's what I meant. Yeah, I like the idea that you could absolutely just fuck up the whole level and just go through and just obfuscate the entire level. I think that's really cool. Like Astroneer, but then made it sort of mesh with the level design, finding stuff and secrets. Yeah, I think that's a really neat thing because there's nothing more fun than actually just finding shit, especially when you're like, it wasn't intended. Like, that's what a lot of my enjoyment of Breath of the Wild was like just going off in a direction and finding something, and you wouldn't necessarily have found it if you weren't piss-assing around instead of doing the thing that you were meant to be doing, like mainlining the game. Like, I never would have found anything fun otherwise. But yeah, so, and that's what this, it's seemingly the whole game premise is for this. So I really respect that. DK64. Right, so yeah, so that would be my argument, is like, are you sure it's not just because Rare had a lot more limitations back then? Because that was a long time ago. It was over 20 years ago, right? And granted, like, you know, Rare are different people. The people making it today are different people as well. And, you know, games have come a long way since then. So yeah, having being able to make it more expressive is an option that wouldn't have been around back then. It was like you had like 3 set faces, and now he has 25, you know, at the very least. I think, yeah, it's sort of, I try not to judge something too much based on like, oh, this is so much more expressive. It's like, yeah, because it's 2025.
Please don't.
Banana 3.
Because, like, the way I'm looking at it, it's like, this is how the art always looked to me. Even in the 2D games, like he was always kind of like this. It's just like you said, in the 90s, and having the limitations of being on the N64. It's like, couldn't really do an awful lot. Everything looked like ass on the N64. The new design is closer to the original concept art. Yeah, see, that one I will agree with you, because he's got like the big black outline around the eyes. And again, that could be down to a limitation of some side some size in the past. If I recall correctly, it's based off of the movie Kong as well. See, yeah, and I haven't watched the movie yet either, so I wouldn't have been able to see that difference or that change.
Leave your personal mark on all surrounding environments.
Yeah, it's like, why go forward when you can go all the way around? That's just me.
See, they're just kind of saying the shit that we're talking about as well. Why go forward when you go around? It's like, yeah, I can just fucking, I can just go everywhere. And I don't need to do it the way the game has told me to do it. I can see this one being extremely popular with really young kids. And not because like it'll technically be easier for them to achieve stuff, but it's just because they'll be able to play the game the way they want to play a game, which is what really young kids want to do. They very rarely actually want to play a game the way that games used to be designed when we were kids, where it was like, this is the beginning and this is the end. A lot of kids today, they kind of want to do this kind of shit, where they're just throwing things around, they're making up their own game out of it. They're messing around with the environment, they're finding other stuff, which is why Breath of the Wild is actually really popular with super young audiences as well, because they were just like, I don't care about the story, I don't want to go save Princess Zelda, I want to collect all of the horses in the game and run my own farm, you know? They want to make it their own thing a lot of the time. So I can see this being really popular for that reason with really young kids.
Hand slap again is a quick way to get a sense of what's hiding in the terrain around you.
I like that.
You can see there's a concrete.
It def feels like they're trying to move away from Rare's look, though. They haven't had crocodile bad guys in years, for example. Interesting. I see. Yeah, because I don't have that knowledge base. That I don't know.
I got to my snack fast.
Because I don't know the history. I don't know what like relationship a lot of that has to each other. I can understand why maybe Nintendo would want to be like, well, why are we still copying Rare's stuff when Rare hasn't made a Donkey Kong game in 25 years? You know, we could be doing so much. We could be doing so much different now.
Are kind of the same thing in this game.
Just a quick aside as well. This is giving me peak a game about digging a hole. So I can actually also see a bunch of like middle-aged men being super into this just because it's like a game about digging a hole and you just keep digging a hole. And there's something really fun about that. We all long for the mines, it's clear.
Come up here. Kind of see what's awaiting. I actually want to go to that hill over there.
It's the first in-house DK game for decades. Oh, that's so interesting. And it's kind of good because I get really tired. Like Nintendo, you know, are probably the last people that still hold on to the things that they originally owned. But that's a really cool concept, by the way. PlayStation has forgotten a lot of its own history and it seems to be quite embarrassed of it. It's actually quite happy for a lot of series to just die. It's just like, you know, Ape Escape. Why isn't there a new Ape Escape? Why haven't we got anything like that? You know, why haven't we got any kids games left on PlayStation specifically? Astro Bot is also like it inadvertently calls it out the whole way through because it's like, oh, this is a celebration of PlayStation's history, and it's like, yeah, but it also shows all the neat shit that PlayStation used to do that they no longer do. Whereas Nintendo, they keep going back to Zelda and they keep going back to Mario, and you know they sort of rinse and repeat, and they're like, occasionally they remember that they have a Metroid series, and but I feel like there are some other things in their history that they could remember to go back to, so it's really nice that they have done in this case. You know, like you said, there hasn't been an in-house, you know, Nintendo DK for decades, and technically there hasn't been and there hasn't been a 3D Donkey Kong in further decades, so it's really interesting and really cool to see them just being all like, well, hang the fuck on, we've got all of these things. Oh no, I thought Firefox was going to crash then. Yeah, they're finally just sort of looking at their shit and being all like, well, why aren't we doing this? Like, you know, we finally got another Kirby, and it wasn't just like a side game, you know? I really respect and adore Nintendo for going back to their stuff and going, what can we do with this? What can we change? And what can one of our other studios that we either work with or own, what can they do that would be slightly different, that could be cool, that people will be interested in? So it's really nice to see them figuring this shit out. And I'm looking at this and I'm like, I don't give a shit about Donkey Kong, but this looks fun as fuck.
All done.
Which pops up yet another banana. For
This looks arguably fun. Like you can't look at this and be like, nah, this isn't. You can be like, this isn't my jam, but you can't say it doesn't look like it is a ton of fun. I remember one article calling Astrobot a funeral for PlayStation IPs. It absolutely is. It's all I see when I look at that game. I'm like, I really want to play that game. And if it ever gets released on PC, I probably will, because it'll be harkening back to an era that I remember from PlayStation. But it also reminds me that PlayStation aren't fun anymore. They're just grown-ups, and it's really boring. And I like shit like this to happen still. I want there to be more kids games. I want there to be more family games. I don't need 5 versions of fucking The Last of Us every 2 years, you know? And Astrobot really like reveals that. It really sort of like, hey, you remember this incredible Crisis game for the PlayStation 1? Ain't nobody making shit like that no more. And it's like, why the fuck not? Why aren't we going back to that? That's a whole other thing. It's nothing to do with Nintendo at this point. It's just me ranting about, like, what about Legacy and what about all these IPs you've forgotten? Where's the next Wipeout? You know? It's just shit like that. Thing about digging a hole is so true. Having a game where I just do a job like a power wash sim just soothes the brain. It happens to most adults. I don't know what it is that's in us. We just like having a task. But do you know what? The important thing, actually, let me pause. Well, actually, I don't need to pause it because I'm not listening to them. But the thing with Power Wash Sim specifically, to use it as an example, is we like to have a task that feels fulfilling, but also has absolutely no constraints attached to it. So, like, you like the idea of going to wash something so clean from it being filthy that it looks like a completely different thing. But the reason that we like it in Power Wash Sim or something similar to Power Wash Sim is you don't have to buy all the equipment. You don't run out of soap. You don't run out of water. You don't have to pay for your water bills. You don't have to travel with all that shit in a van. You just show up at a location and you can just clean. And nobody tells you to stop, and you get to do it as long as you want to do it. And it looks real nice when it's done.
This is fun. And
whereas in real life, it's like, it's taking up your human hours doing a thing that you probably don't want to do, that's probably going to make you uncomfortable in some way, like standing up for hours, or is going to cost you some kind of money in the long run, which is an off-putting, daunting thing to everybody in the economy today anyway. So the reason we like video games where it's like, yeah, I would like to do a job that actually doesn't affect me, is very cathartic and therapeutic.
Timing or punch?
I can unironically see a live service Wipeout game being decent. I'd probably be down for that. I don't see how Wipeout shouldn't be a live service game. I would prefer it if it was just a straight racing game, but I can understand and see how it would be successful as a live service game. Absolutely.
So I could drop down here now.
I would just like one, you know. I've seen lots of streamers not be into DK, but then watching this and being like, hold on, this looks like fun regardless. Yeah, I can understand that. Like I said, I didn't grow up with Nintendo, and I was always against the Donkey Kong games because I thought they were actually ugly to look at. I still think they're ugly to look at. I don't think they even look particularly like a lot of fun. I also know that they're kind of difficult. Those... You know, the 2D playing side to side ones, the platforming ones, they always look unreasonably difficult to me, and I'm like, I don't like playing games that are just difficult, so it puts me off. But something like this where it's just like, I'm just going around smashing stuff. What video gamer doesn't just want to do that? Who gets tired of breaking things, you know? Especially as, like I was just saying, it comes at no cost. I don't have to replace anything. No one's getting upset that I'm doing it. I just get to smash things and I'm being rewarded for it. There's something deeply compelling about that kind of concept that only video games can really do.
right there.
So it is nice to see Donkey Kong back doing something, because I initially would have been like, oh, it's just a Donkey Kong. But this isn't just the Donkey Kong that I'm thinking of. This is something different. It's colorful. It's got a lot of these silly gameplay beats and tons of fun animations, loads of places to go. There's just like, I mean, I know there's a lot going on. You can't see it because my face is in the way, but there's a lot of, like, if I move it, there's a lot of all this collectible shit up in the corner, but that doesn't seem too overwhelming. It's just sort of like a reminder of what you're meant to be up to. So I can't be mad about that. But yeah, this does look like a ton of fun. I could be convinced to play this.
Wow, they just gave you the cold shoulder right after.
I could see me definitely getting this. I could see me streaming this. I think that might be a ton of fun.
Maybe the opposite of a reservoir.
I don't know how interesting it would be watched to
Salvager monkeys seem to be
how interesting it would be to watch if I were to stream it, but then I felt the same way about Mario Odyssey, which is just a game about collecting moons, and loads of people turned up to come and watch that, so I don't see how this would be any different. It's just not Mario, and that's okay. It's coming out that the Switch 2 physical version of games like Breath of the Wild and Kirby are just the Switch 1 cart and a download code for the Switch 2 upgrade. Well, that gives me no compelling reason to get them physically in that case. Like, but the difference is they are still, you know, Switch 1 game price, roughly. So they might technically be cheaper. I don't know, because it really depends how much those DLC upgrades cost on their own.
Take care of him real quick. Take his shiny.
See, that was kind of cool. That looked really neat.
Things would have gone down a little differently.
So I'll give that key a good whack and unlock this.
Yeah, this does look a ton of fun. I'm not gonna lie.
A few good whacks itself.
Oh my gosh.
Whoa, that is fresh Banandium gem. I want those so bad.
Banandium.
Thanks, Odd Rock.
I like the little purple guy. I want to be friends with the little purple guy.
One of the main objectives.
He is freak.
Keep working your way down. Find a void stake. Smash that.
So this literally is a game about digging a hole. He says you just got to keep going down.
That trio of bananas just sitting.
That sounds great. I want to do that. I want to keep digging a hole. That's really fucking satisfying. Let me do that.
Gotta leave things.
Okay, so maybe I'll add this one to my list. If we just watch 22 minutes, this is another 20 minutes. I've somehow managed to talk for another 20 minutes over a treehouse. Do we have another treehouse that we want to watch in this case? Are we doing that? Are we just having a whole day of watching Nintendo Treehouse now? If you have NSO for Mario Kart World anyway, though, you get those. Yeah. We did cover that earlier. I understand if you have the top tier level of NSO, because I don't think it is like for the normal one, it's for the expansion pack version. You get those upgrades for Switch 1 games. And I think, you know, it doesn't actually cost an awful lot to pay for that. It was like Cactus said it earlier, didn't she? She said it was like, what, 25 quid a year if you get it from CD Keys, which I already mentioned. I totally use CD Keys because they're the only trustworthy key site that I go for, other than maybe Fanatical every now and then. Oh, I kind of do I want to bore you all? Oh, that's F-Zero. I thought this was fast. Game Chat and Nintendo GameCube, Nintendo Classics. Yeah, but that's a whole treehouse. It's a 33-minute long treehouse about GameCube games. Do we want to do that? Or should I be picking something a bit more meaningful? I'm not watching the concert. They did a lot about Donkey Kong Bonanza. Shall I go and have a look? Hang on. Let's it's Treehouse. Treehouse is only Nintendo America, isn't it? Hang on. Let me go have a look. Treehouse. We got Metroid Prime 4 that we could check out. Did you call the GameCube not meaningful? I mean, how much am I going to be able... I think it's an incredible console. It has an important history. I mean, do we really have 30 minutes that you want to dedicate me talking about GameCube games that we've all already played at some point? I don't know. Hey, I played Fast RMX at least. Okay, so the 2 people that played Fast. Fucking hell, I love Fast RMX. All right, yeah, let's have a look. Hang on. Let's go and have a look at the list. Oh my god, it's such a big list. 26 minutes of just that tutorial game. Welcome to What the Heck. I mean, that sounds like they just showed off the game, right? I'm definitely not going to watch that one. So, Mario Kart World game chat gameplay. I don't think we need to dedicate 17 minutes to that. We certainly don't need to dedicate 21 minutes to how old is Bravely Default now? It's going to be like it's over a decade old at this point, right? So, exploration. No, we kind of, I don't even know which one we watched. So there's Metroid Prime 4. Drag X Drive. Do we want to look up a 20-minute one for Drag X Drive? That's the wheelchair game. We could do the Nintendo classics. I just don't think that I could talk about anything substantial when it comes to GameCube games. Mario Party Jamboree. I don't know if there's anything y'all want to check out, is the thing. And I'm starting to lose my voice. I've just realized that my throat is actually kind of sore, and I think it's because I shouted so much. So we might have to be calling this quits soon. So if there's a particular Nintendo anyone is looking forward to that they would like me to talk about or have a look at, please say. But if not, it might be the point of like it's 7 o'clock, you know. Maybe I should be going to sit down and go and play a video game of my own. Out of these, I mean, I kind of think Mario Party Jamboree could be interesting. I want to see if the Drag X Drive has alt controls. Okay, yeah, let's go and have a look at that.
Thank you for watching Nintendo Treehouse.
This guy. Hang on. Oh, I gotta try and think of... I'm thinking of somebody else. And I'm trying to remember what his fucking name is. Never mind. Because the mouse motions to me feels like carpal tunnel in waiting. I don't know. Do you get carpal tunnel using a mouse currently? Would be the thing that I would ask. Because if you don't, it won't. Because if anything, it's lighter. But if you do already get problems with carpal tunnel or other related injuries, like in my case, De Quervain's tenosynovitis, I don't get it anymore. Especially not playing video games, you know. Not me personally. Yeah, I don't see that it's going to cause any problems that weren't already being caused by other things, if that makes sense. Because you usually have to have an underlying problem already. So like Jeff Grubb from Giant Bomb, for instance, he developed De Quervain's tenosynovitis, which is what I have from playing his was it the Switch? It was either the Switch or the Steam Deck. And playing a specific game for like 80 hours. And it's like, bought that on yourself, fella. And a lot of these kinds of injuries are usually brought on by yourself, fella. So, like, mine is an underlying health condition that it also affects it, so it makes it worse. But I can't see how a lighter mouse is going to create that in a way that you couldn't fix in some capacity by doing it better. Like, maybe you're holding it wrong is another thing. So I use a elevated mouse. I use a lift mouse. So my wrist is on the side. So I'm not putting all the weight in here. I'm putting it here, which it can handle better. And that tends to be a lot of people's problem when they use a mouse, is actually they're just using the mouse wrong or not supporting their wrist properly. I wonder how it feels being a wheelchair basket. Why can't I say these words together? Wheelchair basketball player IRL and seeing representation in an official Nintendo game. See, that was why I was initially interested in it. I was like, immediately, I'm like, this is fucking amazing, because who makes games about disabled people, generally speaking. It doesn't happen very often. There is actually another indie game. Hang on. It's probably going to be... I think it's basketball. Indie game basketball disabled. No. Yeah, see, this is what I thought was going to happen. I'll see if I can find it and post it in the Discord. There is actually an indie game that I know about where all of the players have a disability of some kind, whether they're in a wheelchair or whether they have prosthetics or they have like an earpiece because they're a deaf player. And I thought that's really cool. So seeing, like you said, in
Teresa,
a fully Nintendo game, having it be turned into a game like, yeah, this is how you would do this. I think it's actually really fucking cool. I still can't think of the name of the guy that I think this dude looks like.
Dual motion controls with the dual mouse controls, excuse me, with the Joy-Con 2 controllers as well as motion controls. So before we get into this,
as well as motion controls, okay.
About these dual mouse controls.
Let me turn them
I'm
up.
gonna go through the tutorial here. So we'll start by pressing L.
And I actually just thought this looked like a really fun game, so I don't know. Maybe this could be my other game that I get.
Today, and we've got a flat surface. So I'm going to be holding each Joy-Con 2 controller like a mouse face down on the flat surface. And I can slide my right hand forward as if it's a mouse to move my wheel forward.
How many of us are going to be using the wrist straps?
To spin the left tire. So now I'm kind of being put on the ground here, you're seeing, and now if I slide my Joy-Con 2 controller forward, you'll see my character turn to the left. Likewise, a left Joy-Con forward will move my character to the right. And as you would expect,
so it's more like,
both Joy-Con,
oh shit, I wasn't meant to click that over here. You know those car toys? I don't know if they really still make them, but you know the ones where you had to drag them back so that they would move forward? It feels a bit more like it's like that.
You may recognize too that my Joy-Con 2 controllers today are wired. That's just because we're here at this event. The Joy-Con 2 controllers at home, of course, will be wireless.
I like that they have to state that. Yeah, pull back. So yeah, that's what I mean. Thank you.
This tutorial at the event, but
except, you know, you are pushing forward on this, but it looks like it's almost like charging it up.
So next up, we've got brakes. Brakes, very important to turn on a dime. So with the ZL and ZR buttons, you can press those with the left and right index finger.
They haven't balanced the audio very good on this. I'm sorry if you can't really hear him over the music.
If you need to brake kind of suddenly straight, you can hold both ZL and ZR at the same time to hit both brakes. We're in this tutorial here. It's also letting us do a little bit of free tutorialization here while it's teaching us the moves. I'm playing on a flat surface, but if I wanted to, I could also play on my pant legs for an alternate control scheme.
Which is what I've always said about that, is like, you could just do that.
You can read there, they're going to light up when you hit the top speed, so it kind of starts out with nothing, and then as you move forward, you're going to see that flash. And long slides forward with each Joy-Con are really the way to play this game, especially on those straightaways.
What I can see this doing, you remember?
As well, you'll want to like slightly adjust which.
You remember on, like, say, Nintendogs, because this is what caused it on mine. You remember on the, if you played Nintendogs a lot, it meant you played that Frisbee game a ton, because that was the easiest way to get, like, tournament wins and upgrades and stuff. A really good way to get things. So through happenstance and consistent play of doing that, from rubbing the screen a ton, you would eventually build up a groove in your DS screen. Now, I understand a screen is a lot softer than a tabletop, but I can imagine kids like using some kind of surface and absolutely fucking ruining them to play a game like this. And it's not going to be one groove, it's going to be two. And actually now watching somebody doing it, I'm kind of actually easing towards Karlov's idea of like, maybe this is going to cause carpal tunnel. I don't think it'll do that because it's still this side. So it's not going to cause too many problems. But I do think there's a potential from doing that pushing motion that you could like hurt your shoulder muscles from doing it too often, because you're constantly doing that, but there's like no resistance, so you're having to stop yourself constantly, and doing that over and over again is actually super tiring, and that's going to cause a different kind of problem. Like it could potentially cause some wrist problems as well, because you're constantly rubbing it across the surface. Like I'm just doing you can't see me doing it because camera down. Like you're just doing this, so you still can't see it because it's a fucking circle. But you get what I mean. Yeah, if you're constantly pushing, you're going to get some kind of shoulder damage. I was close to that on my DS because of Guitar Hero. Yeah, Guitar Hero did the same fucking thing, but I'd already done the damage with Nintendogs.
Fine-tune steering. Exactly. And as you're moving forward too, Corey, like the rumble will kind of activate to kind of give that sort of higher
Turn the microphones up.
Feel as you're moving forward.
100%. It's pretty satisfying and obviously difficult to come over to the stream for viewers watching at home, but I love the HD Rumble 2 feeling.
Okay, I look forward to that then. Because I'm absolutely going to play this.
So this part of the tutorial is just asking me to hit some checkpoints just to ensure I kind of learn the basics of mobility with turns.
Those very minute adjustments will help.
So again, those long strides with both Joy-Con forward. All right.
How about we find a ball? Okay.
Basketball. We are going to be shooting and scoring in this game.
Yeah, so this is where it starts to get interesting because I'm like, okay, so how do?
And if you've got the ball and you're near a teammate, with your left and right pointer fingers, you can push the L and R button simultaneously past your teammate. And then if you are on defense,
oh my god, you're so good at this game. Thank you, Panda. I've had a lot of practice. Yeah, I've been doing this behind the scenes for a while.
Hit them from the front.
I just thought you'd appreciate seeing how it runs.
Control comes in where a natural shooting motion with your hand will shoot the ball.
And then depending on distance, the points will change, but also depending too on whatever tricks you do, it will also adjust the point.
Extra fraction.
Flick of the wrist, okay.
So one quick thing to note, this kind of might seem intuitive, but the closer you are to the basket, the easier the shots are going to be. There's also a distance down at the bottom. You can see it widening and then kind of shrinking. When that gets kind of smaller, you're going to be in a good
Oh, so it's like when you actually raise your hand? Okay.
That's going to increase your odds as well. And as you would expect, the further out you get to the perimeter,
That motion must be why the character models have massive forearms. Yeah.
It's actually not as difficult when you don't have opponents.
I love the way it's gesticulating because that's what he's doing. That's wonderful.
3-on-3 online games, but you can't play and practice with CPU.
That's right. So we've got some bots here that it's highlighting, so you can practice against those bots if you're trying to get your skills up for the online play, whether against friends or random matchmaking.
Okay.
You can see that we're going to be driving towards the red basket.
Yeah, see, this is the thing. Like, if I get this, I don't know how many of you are going to want to get it. So I might end up playing against ads quite a lot. Some randos.
Possession, and as a kind of nice thing, you're always going to have an indicator letting you know where the ball is on the court, whether it's neutral or whether the opponent or your teammate has the
This
ball.
game I'm not as excited for. Maybe another Splatoon game is more exciting. I think this is exciting because it's something different. I think there's not a lot of games out there that represent disabled sports players for a start. But also just a whole different way of playing a game, and also just a kind of neat multiplayer thing that's a little different. I really like the idea of this one, and I'm always like I'm a sucker for anything that has a different control scheme as well. So being able to do it like as a mouse control game, I think is really cool. I'm not saying that I wouldn't be interested in Splatoon. You weren't here earlier, but I did say earlier that I was kind of surprised we didn't see a Splatoon at the Nintendo 2 Direct. I was kind of thinking that maybe it was time for a new one, but obviously not. Because, yeah, that would be something that I'm interested in. And I would love to see how mouse controls could work in a Splatoon as well, as somebody who uses the gyro controls. See, it's a shame that they're not showing the actual players during this, like maybe in the middle, so we can see them doing all these motions. It would be really nice to actually see them playing. Mouse controls for Metroid Prime 4 probably going to be lovely. Yeah, I think that's a really neat way to play that. I haven't ever played any Metroids, but I could be into a first-person mouse controls Metroid game. I think that's really cool. Actually seeing this makes me more excited. I think it looks really cool. I love the style of it as well. It's not something Nintendo typically goes for. They don't do that grungy street look for a lot of things. And I love the sort of hip hop music as well. I think that's really cool. It looks like you can maybe customize your wheels too, your wheelchair. Which I'm a sucker for customizations on stuff anyway. So if there's stuff that I can unlock for getting some swishes, I'm gonna fucking do it. I could see like a lot of, I don't know. I know it's not the same, but I can see like maybe some Rocket League players could potentially get into something like this. Because they're used to sort of like, bouncing off the walls and throwing a ball all over the place. I know you have less control of a ball in Rocket League because you don't get to hold it, but I think it could be really neat. Or you can fall out of your chair. Okay. See, that helmet has some cat ears on it as well, further proof that you can customize maybe. Because yeah, in the sort of like everything is black and sleek, I'm like, nah, that's boring. But if I can just make something look uniquely mine that I worked on, that could be a lot of fun.
All right, there's 10 seconds left. Let's see if I can pull off the dunk.
I would be interested to see if there's like different types of arenas as well. Like maybe they're not all like grungy street arenas. I would like to see some colorful tournament stuff.
Had Hustle, Teresa with the scoring machine, nicely done. And
but yeah, I like the style of this. I think this is really neat.
This was just game 1. Let's run it 2 out of 3. So hoping you guys bring some more competition this next game. You know, you may have recognized that.
See, this is another great thing about watching the Treehouses. Like, I don't watch a lot of Treehouse stuff because it's a little bit too long form for me a lot of the time. But I love how the teams clearly enjoy hanging out with each other more than anything else. Like, it's usually you only see like 2 people sort of like talking about something on a couch. But when they do team stuff like this, it's clear that they all like hang out outside of like just those videos. It's clear that they all get along. Hey Punisher, how's it going? Thank you for joining us. We're sort of having a cool down because I'm going to be heading off soon so I can go and have dinner. But we thought we'd take a look at I was going to call it Wheel World then. That's not what it's called. That's what that bicycle game is. Drag Cross Drive, Drag X Drive, we're not sure. I haven't looked it up to see how you pronounce it. Just because I wanted to see what the control schemes are like and if there's other options. I hope there is for people who, you know, may have a physical incapability of using 2 mice, for example. I always prefer options. I don't like being hampered. It's the one thing that Nintendo does tend to get wrong is they'll have an idea in their head about this is how something controls, and this is the only way it controls. You know, kind of like the Pokemon Let's Go, for example, had all the motion control stuff in it, and there was no option otherwise to turn it off. You could just like, the only other ways to do is you only press one button to play. And there was something just like really jarring about that, and it's like, this was meant to be like the game that everyone should be welcome in, and then you made it so that like a lot of disabled people couldn't play it because they either don't have arms or can't use their hands for a different reason. You know, it's silly. There should always be options. They called it drag and drive with English voiceover in the direct. Okay, cool.
Uh-oh. We lose it? We lose it? That's okay.
I saw Switch 2. It's pretty pricey. See, I disagree. I think it's actually very reasonable. I think it's actually an all right price. I was expecting it to be $450, so maybe it's just because I was like expecting it to be higher, so I'm just sort of like pleasantly surprised.
Oh, okay.
But considering that the Switch itself was like $300, I'm like, $400 for a 4K machine's pretty fucking decent. Like, and yeah, all right, the games are going to be pretty pricey, but you know, swings and roundabouts. I play PC games, which save me a lot of money. I'm certainly not paying full price for most of my PC games.
Trying to dislodge, see if I can get a turnover. Oh.
So yeah, that's the mini takeaway I have. I have to go and talk to Marvelous Europe and be like, hey, for my birthday, can I have a code of Guardians of Azuma so I can play it at release, and then I'll buy it on Switch 2 when I have a Switch 2.
Wide open.
Well, ATM, the Mario Kart bundle is the same price as a PS5 Astrobot bundle. As a comparison, is it?
Oh, we still got plenty of time.
Sony Mario Kart, that is £77. So far. So far. There'll be more. They'll bring out another Zelda and it will be 80 quid.
So when the ball is flashing.
I didn't realize PS5 had gotten that cheap.
Right. Yep.
Am I just too much? Is it because I'm always thinking of the PS5 Pro now, which is like fucking expensive as hell? It's neat seeing a UK price for console not just be the same number as the US. Like, they don't know the GBP is stronger than the US. Yeah, but the GBP isn't as strong as it once was. And that was a good way for companies to make up losses in other ways because they were charging us more. $430 for both, and that's the disc version PS5. Okay. I guess I feel sort of like... I feel like that's a reasonable price for a console these days. And for my money, the idea of spending 400 quid for a console I can take everywhere with me, and it's just my games, you know, because that's another thing is like I can't take the PS5 on the go, you know, and I have to buy a whole other system to be able to do that. So it's kind of nice, you know, $450. I've got a 4K machine that I can take to work with me. That granted at work it'll be a 1080p system, but I'm not expecting it to be 4K in my hands. And it's still got all my saves, it's still got all my games. I don't have to worry about it getting broken in transit so easily because it's been made to transit.
Demetrius, K, and Chiwu are bringing it clearly. We gotta stop the momentum now.
I guess maybe because I'm so outside of the console system otherwise, like I genuinely didn't realize that's how cheap you could get a PS5 these days. The other thing to think of though is like the PS5 was sold at a lower price than it probably should have. And also like it's old now, right? PS5's been out a long time, so it has an opportunity to be a lower cost. I know it actually went up in price, but you know, Switch 2 is new. It's going to give you all these exclusive things as well. And there's going to be a PS6 in a couple of years. And there's no way that's going to be under 500 at this point.
Dutch.
Go, Dad.
Go.
And at least on a Nintendo system, you're going to get fucking family-friendly shit on it. You know? That's a real big deal breaker for a lot of people. It's sort of like, yeah, I could get a PlayStation 5, but my kids can't play anything on it. Also, you could play Silksong on the go too. I mean, you joke because obviously Silksong still wasn't shown off at the Nintendo Direct, but I don't give a fuck about Silksong. I will be happy when it is finally revealed for people that actually want to play Silksong. But yes, that is an opportunity to do something that you want to do whenever you want to do. It was? Was it shown off there? Did I miss it? Was it in the... There was a few seconds of it? Oh, I missed it. But that's not the same as Silksong released on blah, blah, blah. That's what I'm talking about. They showed it for like 3 seconds. Okay, yeah, I completely scrubbed over that then in my brain. Mostly because I don't care. Because I didn't play Hollow Knight. And because it's a meme, so it's like, why would I register it anyway? It was in the sizzle reel right after Kunitsugami. Okay. Yeah, no, I totally skipped that. My brain just hollowed that out of existence. But yes, if you care about games like Silksong and you want to be able to play them whenever the fuck you like, you should probably get it on the Nintendo. Or alternatively, if you have a Steam Deck, and then get it on Steam, and then you can play it at home and on your Steam Deck. But it's the same principle in the long run. The thing I'm most excited for is magnetic Joy-Con. Holding a Switch 1 handheld with how they slide in currently feels like they aren't very secure. So I tried to do an example of that last time. Should we test it again? Because I know that mine used to slide off if I just pulled it. Which I don't think... It must have been my old ones because these ones don't want to budge. But it was like... It was the case that I could just slide them off without trying. I didn't even have to hold the button down. They were so bad. So yes, I am in support of the magnets in the Joy-Con too. The only issue I can see them potentially having is that it has like obviously the connectors. And it's sort of like a bit that sticks out. And I wonder if there is a potential way that somebody could snap it when there is no Joy-Con attached, if that makes sense. Like, 'cause you know what kids are like. They just chuck that shit all over the place. So I feel like it would lack the protection and have a potential breaking point there. But it's going to be really rare. Yeah, we already watched that, so...
Thank you.
I don't know if Silksong can live up to the hype. Hollow Knight was so good. It will. It has no choice. No, I totally get you on that. I don't think it can either. I think it's the same case as having, like, if there were going to be a Half-Life 3 announced tomorrow, there's no chance in hell that it's going to be what people expect it to be. Everyone's going to be excited. They're going to play it and they're going to be like, that was good. and that'll just be it. And I'm like, that's the best you can hope for. That guy looks so familiar. What, the guy from the previous video from Drag and Drive? To me, he looks like the Sean Murray. He looks like Sean Murray with that, like, facial hair. He looked like Sean Murray to me. I could be wrong, though. I haven't seen Sean Murray in it. Yeah, the Treehouse guy. All right, let me... Sean Murray. In my head, I was thinking... No, not that Sean Murray. Is it Sean Murray? D-Bot Pop, welcome in. I'm getting this thing on launch day. We got some big Nintendo fans coming in today. Welcome in. I am just going to be closing up real soon, just to warn you. Not this Sean Murray. Fucking No Man's Sky is what I'm thinking. Did I have his name right? Yeah. I got his name right. Fuck you, other Sean Murray that is arguably more famous. I thought he looked like this guy, but, you know, without facial hair. Should we... Hang on. Let me go back. So, do we compare?
Thank you.
I could be totally wrong. I think I'm wrong. I'm wrong. But that's what my brain was doing. I was like, these are the same person. But they're not. Okay, I'll let it go. I'll let it go. Where were we? I don't think we have any more videos that I wanted to look at. So how about we go back to the just chatting screen? Oh, fucking, it's not playing my music again. I'm going to have to fix that before we go live tomorrow. All right. I'll get a Switch 2 when they have more back in stock. That's fair. I understand a lot of people are going to have that problem to start with. I'm quite happy to wait, mostly because A, I don't have any money. B, they haven't given me enough time to save any up. And C, I can wait. I'm not in a hurry to get a new console anytime soon. And D, I'll need to save up to buy fucking games with it as well. So, right. Where else was I? He does look familiar. I'm going to have to find out who this guy is and see if I can figure out who he is from somewhere else, maybe. Nintendo Switch 2 for the win. I'm getting this thing on launch day. I'm very happy for you. Is there a specific game that you were after? Debop Pop? That's going to take me a few tries to say. Debop. If there's any particular games that you're after, do let us know. Had a bad thought. The whole certain physical Switch 2 games being Switch 1 games and a download code reminds me of when EA in the PS3 era used to lock online play behind a one-time use code. I remember those days. It only affected me one time from buying a secondhand game, and it didn't really bother me because, you know me, I don't want to play online, but it meant there was some DLC that I couldn't get hold of, and that was a fucking pain in the ass. To me, it feels no different to when you had those PS3 games. I think I want to say Street Fighter did this, where it had like all the DLC was on the disc, and what you were actually paying for was the unlock code online. It feels a lot like that to me. Where it's just like, it's all there, but you can't have it sort of thing. Or and then it being like completely unusable to people that didn't have an internet connection, which honestly these days I don't see as a valid argument anymore. Like, yes, there are countries that, and certain parts of countries, like there are certain places in England that still don't have the internet in a traditional sense, but they still have access to it in one way or another. And it's like, there, you have options. You can go elsewhere. Like, if you have bad internet at home, go to a library, you know, or something. There's so many ways that you can do that. I remember back in the day, one of my college friends used to download his Xbox updates from McDonald's because they had a better internet connection than he did, but he wanted to play actual Halo, you know, that kind of stuff. So it's that kind of thing. I'm just like, there's options, whatever. That was what Soul Calibur had on disc DLC. Yes, I remember Soul Calibur definitely did it. I'm so sure Street Fighter did it at some point as well. You had to buy an online pass to play online games. Yeah, I remember that, and I didn't mind it because I never had to play online games because I hate playing online games. Anomalina is hopeful for Minecraft on the Switch too. You damn right. Where's Minecraft? Fortnite's coming day one. Why isn't Minecraft day one? I don't give a shit. I fucking hate Minecraft. Welcome in, Willow. Glad to have you. I'm trying to think if there's anything else I need to cover before I go, but I think we sort of did it all. We sort of spoke about everything. My camera is in completely the wrong place. You're meant to be there. Calm down. That's what I get from moving my camera so much today. It is starting to get dark, so I think I am going to start covering up for the night, finishing up for the night. I've been here the whole time. Oh, I need to get that. I need to get that as a sound clip. I don't know if any of you watch Dropout TV stuff, but Sam from Game Changer at the beginning of every episode says, I've been here the whole time. And it's fucking wonderful. So I think I'm going to go and download a bunch of videos of him saying it and just play it anytime anyone says that. I've been here the whole time. Yeah, I'm losing my voice. So we're going to have to finish up for the evening. It is getting dark in here as well. So why don't I quickly turn the correct stream lights on? There we go. Which I didn't have on because I was letting in so much light from the window. So that is the Nintendo Direct stuff for today. Thank you everybody for being here with me while I react to stuff. I will try and I will be uploading the VOD to YouTube as always, but I will try and go back and collect some clips of some of my best reactions, such as when I walked away during when they showed 3 frames of Bravely Default, and when I realized that Room Factory was there, and when I realized that there was a FromSoft game but I didn't know it was FromSoft at the time. I will try and go back and clip all of these really silly moments and put them in the Discord, because they were really funny, and I really need to get in the habit of making stream markers when that happens, or telling you all, don't forget, we have a clip command. You can clip stuff. It'll go straight to the Discord with the clip command. It won't do it if you just make a normal one. But I can always go back and fix them. So yeah, that is going to be it from me for today. I need to go make food and depressurize my voice. So I will be back tomorrow. We're gonna have just chatting at the beginning like we normally do. I will talk about the changes at work and what that means for the schedule going forward, at least for the next month, as I test some things out, some changes to the schedule. I will talk about them at the beginning of the stream, and I will post them in the Discord afterwards. But we will be returning to Dragon Quest XI. For anyone who is new here, who isn't aware of what I do, I am a variety streamer, so I do reaction streams like today, or I might go and play a video game for a really long time. And Sundays is our Dragon Quest night day, which will be 3 p.m. UK time. BST, by the way, our clocks changed. I know they haven't changed everywhere yet, so keep an eye on that on the times. If you're ever unaware, on my Twitch channel, I do have the schedule page up. It should show on the schedule page in your time zone, so everything will be relative to them. But yeah, we're going to be returning back to Dragon Quest XI tomorrow. I think we're heading to Sniffelheim in Act 2, so if anyone has played that and knows where that is, you know roughly what I'm doing in the game. I might spend some of tonight just remembering where everything is and what I'm meant to be up to, so that we have as little admin to do as tomorrow as we can. So yeah, join me again tomorrow at 3 p.m. UK for more Dragon Quest XI. I'm going to head off. I'm going to go get something to eat. You have all been amazing. Thank you for keeping me company and talking about Nintendo with me. Obviously, if you're not already part of the Discord and you would like to come and talk about Nintendo some more, we have the Discord. Please come and join us there. It's a really nice place where we all talk about video games, and there's a bunch of people that are really into Monster Hunter. And soon I'll be finished with all of the story in Monster Hunter. I'm real close, and so we'll finally be able to actually play some multiplayer games together, because I won't feel like, oh shit, everything's a spoiler. That's going to be it from me. I'm going to go rest my voice now. Thank you for being here. Good night, everybody.